Okay, I see live stream is up, just confirming. Okay, we look all good at this time. Will sergeants please start their recordings? PC recording has started.
Recording to the cloud has started.
Thank you, and good morning, and welcome to today's remote New York City Council hearing of the Committee on Civil and Human Rights, jointly with the Committee on Public Safety. At this time, would all council members and staff please turn on their video? To minimize disruption, please place electronic devices on vibrate or silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation. We are ready to begin. Chair Hanks, you're just on mute.
We're good? Okay. Good morning. I am Camila Hanks. I'm the chair of the Committee on Public Safety, and I am joined by my council members, Ariola, Botcher, Brannon, Marte, Stevens, Yeager, Christian Jordan, Mealy, and Minority Whip Vernikoff. Thank you so much. Today's hearing, held jointly with Chair Natasha Williams and on the Committee on Civil and Human Rights, will examine the city's response to hate crimes and discrimination. In the recent years, New York City, along with the country as a whole, has experienced a frightening increase in hate crimes and bias incidents. Last month, statistics show that hate crimes in the city were up by 76% compared to the same period last year. On April 24th, there were 160 hate crimes reported citywide this year. This is according to NYPD. Too frequently, our residents, visitors, and workers have experienced the manifestation of hatred that permeates society, the violent targeting and harassment of individuals due to their perceived ethnic, racial, religious, gender, or sexual identities. Our city has been rocked by bouts of violence against our Asian American neighbors as we begin celebrating Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. It must be of the utmost importance not only to use it as a time of celebration, but to commit to curtailing any forms of violence and hatred against the members of this community. As a city, it's built on the strength of immigrant communities. Our local government has an obligation to stem the rise of hate crimes and hate-based incidents, to reassure our residents of the city's commitment to diversity, inclusion, and dignity for all. Today's hearing will be an essential opportunity for this council to examine the citywide response to hate-based incidents. Whether behavior rises to criminal conduct under state law or discrimination pursuant under New York City human rights law, we must ensure that our law enforcement and city agencies treat hate-based incidents seriously, that are impacted cities and fields that the city sufficiently protects all New Yorkers from hate. Combating hate must truly be a collaborative effort from many city agencies in order to be successful. That collaboration includes the City Commission on Human Rights, the Mayor's Office for Prevention of Hate Crimes, the NYPD, and the Council. I look forward to hearing all of their testimonies today on this topic and on the collective responses to hate crimes in this city. I'm also going to make note that we are also examining hate crimes on LGBTQ, our Jewish residents, and everyone else, and including seniors. So I want to know if Chair Williams is ready for her to give her her opening statement.
No, I am not ready right now, but I will in a second, and I am listening in. And I just want to thank all of my colleagues that are here today, the administration, of course, you, Chair Hanks, for partnering with me on this very important topic, and also helming the ship in the interim. Thank you so much.
No, you are standing in solidarity with a very important issue, so we definitely we will we'll wait for you. So with that, I'll turn it over to our moderator, Committee Counsel Joshua Kinsley, to go over some procedural items.
Thank you, Chair. And Chair Williams, we'll turn back to you when you're available as well. Thanks, everyone. I'm Committee Counsel Josh Kingsley for the Public Safety Committee. I'm going to go over some procedural items for this hearing. Before we begin, I'd like to remind everyone that you'll be on mute until we are called on to testify, at which point you'll be unmuted by a host. During the hearing, I will be calling a panelist to testify. Please listen to your name to be called, and I will be periodically announcing who the next panelist will be. At this hearing, we'll have received testimony from the NYPD, the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, which is part of the Office for the Prevention of Hate Crimes, or the Office of Prevention of Hate Crimes is part of the Mayor's Criminal Justice, the Commission on Civil Rights, and then also members of the public. Council members, if you have any questions of the administration or specific panelists, please use the Zoom raise hand function. I will call on you when it's your time. For all panelists, when you're called on to testify, please state your name and the organization you represent, if any. I will now call on representatives of the administration to testify. We'll begin the testimony with folks from the NYPD and the Mayor's Office for the Prevention of Hate Crimes, followed by the Commission on Civil and Human Rights. So to begin, we're going to start by swearing in the NYPD and the Mayor's Office to Prevent Hate Crimes. So please raise your right hand and affirm the following statement. We're going to first actually, I'll list the names of the folks who we're going to be hearing from. We're going to hear from Andrew Arias, who's the Deputy Inspector at NYPD, Deputy Inspector, the Commanding Officer of the Hate Crimes Task Force, and then Deanna Logan, who's the Director of the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, will be representing the Office to Prevent Hate Crimes. We'll also be hearing from Deputy Executive Director Hassan Naveed from the Office to Prevent Hate Crimes and Michael Clark from the Mayor's or the Police Department. Sapna Raj from the Human Rights Commission will also be testifying, but we're going to turn to her after the NYPD and the Office to Prevent Hate Crimes. So without further ado, let's swear in the witnesses and then we can begin administration testimony. So Andrew Arias, Michael Clark, Deanna Logan, and Hassan Naveed, please, we could raise your right hand and affirm the following statement. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to answer honestly to council member questions?
I do.
I do. Yes, I do.
I do.
Great, thank you all. NYPD, or you may begin, and then we'll pass it off to OPHC after that. So go ahead, everyone. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Hanks, Chair Williams, and members of the council. I am Deputy Inspector Andrew Arias, the Commanding Officer of the New York City Police Department's Hate Crime Task Force. I am joined here today by Michael Clark, Director of the Legislative Affairs Unit for the NYPD, as well as my colleagues from the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice and the New York City Commission on Human Rights. On behalf of Police Commissioner Kishant L. Sewell, we are pleased to testify before your committees regarding the work of the NYPD's Hate Crimes Task Force and our investigation of hate crimes in New York City. I think we can all agree that hate crimes are particularly insidious crimes because of their intended effect on the safety and freedoms of entire communities. When perpetrators of hate crimes select their victims based on race, color, national origin, ancestry, gender identity or expression, religion, age, sexual orientation, or disability, they place an entire community that shares the same traits or beliefs in fear. Fear of being attacked on their way to run errands. Fear of letting their children walk to the local playground or to school. Fear of being themselves and living their lives openly without the type of oppression many immigrated to this country to escape. New York City rightfully prides itself on its diversity, a true melting pot where people from just about every background live and work together. A city where hate and bigotry have no place and are not tolerated. Whether it is a 7 random attacks of Asian women in a single day, the deplorable graffiti of swastikas on Brooklyn synagogues, or attacks targeting our Sikh community in Queens, the NYPD's Hate Crime Task Force is committed to thoroughly investigating such crimes and bringing those perpetrators to justice. The recent pattern of hate crimes in the city is deeply troubling. There were 202 confirmed hate crimes between January 1st and May 1st of this year, in comparison to the 159 hate crimes in the same period of 2021. This is an increase of 27%. Anti-Semitic incidents increased the most of this year, increasing by 72%. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, there was an alarming increase in hate crimes targeting Asian Pacific Islanders. While hate crimes against our Asian community members are down 62% compared to 2021, with 67 last year and 25 in the same period this year, this number is still significantly higher than pre-pandemic levels. Sadly, these trends are mirrored throughout the nation. The FBI reported more hate crimes in 2020 than it had since at least 2008. According to the Human Rights Campaign, 2021 was the deadliest year for transgender and gender nonconforming people in this country. The city and the department are aware of these disturbing trends, and we are taking action. With 20 investigators assigned to it, the department's hate crime task force is the largest unit dedicated to the investigation of hate crimes in the nation. Its mission is to vigorously investigate all reported hate crimes in the city. Whenever members of the NYPD respond to a crime that has a possible bias element, the responding officers are required to notify the patrol supervisor. The patrol supervisor verifies the determination and is required to notify the commanding officer or duty captain. The duty captain or commanding officer is required to prepare an unusual occurrence report, which is then sent to the hate crime task force and the chief of detectives. The hate crimes task force then commences an investigation to determine if there is a bias element and crime that makes the incident, in fact, a hate crime. The investigation of hate crimes is a team effort. The task force is routinely assisted by precinct detective squads, evidence collection teams, patrol officers helping to identify witnesses, and neighborhood coordination officers helping to locate and retrieve video, just to name a few. The task force also works with other NYPD bureaus to help prevent such crimes. Hate crimes are discussed at CompStat meetings as well as with local precincts so that they can appropriately deploy resources and be able to increase presence around potentially vulnerable locations. We speak with the precinct commanding officer and with our Community Affairs Bureau after any significant incident, and we work together on a plan with outreach to the community. Moreover, we work closely with key members of the community to ensure that everyone is informed. The department's continuing partnership with the community remains the cornerstone of our neighborhood policing strategy, and is especially important when dealing with incidents of bias. Our liaison unit and our Community Affairs Bureau have created working partnerships with members of the community and help us to provide information to them. We also work very closely with the Mayor's Office to prevent hate crimes. They will speak more about their work, but they are vital in helping to ensure coordination between government agencies and community organizations. Last year, the NYPD Hate Crime Review Panel was formed to assist us in investigating hate crimes. This civilian panel reviews suspected bias crimes to determine whether the department correctly classified the incident. This panel assesses the circumstances of the cases that may have presented challenges in establishing whether a victim's actual or perceived race, national origin, ethnicity, religion, disability, or sexual orientation were motivating factors, and makes recommendations as to whether the evidence collected would support classifying the case as a hate crime. This provides another layer of rigorous review to ensure justice for victims. We believe that transparency is key to the prevention of hate crimes. That is why hate crimes have been added to our public-facing CompStat 2.0, which is updated weekly. Individuals can look at incidents in each precinct and see what crime was charged and where it occurred. Additionally, we publish more detailed data on our hate crimes dashboard that is updated quarterly. The dashboard allows users to look at hate crimes in each precinct, broken out by the motivation and charge type. Finally, pursuant to a law passed by the council, we publish quarterly reports on hate crimes, which are located on our website. The NYPD is committed to working tirelessly to bring justice to victims of hate crimes and affected communities, and to work with our government, non-government, and community partners in furtherance of an atmosphere of safety bred out of respect for one another's diversity. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify before you today, and I will now turn it over to my colleagues.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll turn over to both Mokje and the Mayor's Office for the Prevention of Hate Crimes. Ms. Logan, or whoever from your office will read the testimony. After that, we'll do specific questions for these two agencies before turning over to the Commission on Human Rights. So
Thank you.
go ahead, ma'am. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Hanks, Chair Williams, and members of the Committee on Public Safety and the Committee on Civil and Human Rights. I'm Deanna Logan, and I am the Director of the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, affectionately known as MOCJ. I'm joined here today by Naveed Hassan, who is our Deputy Executive Director for the Office for the Prevention of Hate Crimes, as well as my colleagues from NYPD and the Commission on Civil Human Rights. MOCJ advises the mayor on criminal justice policy and is the mayor's representative to the courts, district attorneys, defender organizations, and state criminal justice agency, among others. MOCJ designs, deploys, and evaluates citywide strategies to promote safety, reduce unnecessary arrests and incarceration, and improve fairness. Recognizing that public safety cannot be achieved by law enforcement alone, MOCJ brings together community and institutional stakeholders to address the systemic issues that undermine the safety and stability of our neighborhoods. MOCJ strives to move our city forward by promoting better resources and the access to supports needed to promote and maintain healthy communities for all New Yorkers. The Office for the Prevention of Hate Crimes, or as we refer to it as OPHC, was launched in 2019 and is a part of MOCJ. OPHC works closely with the Mayor's Community Affairs Unit to provide trainings and community education on preventing and responding to hate crimes. OPHC plays a very unique and unprecedented role in city government by coordinating citywide hate crime prevention and response efforts. What we know from our working community and with our city agency partners is there is not one single way to fight hate. The fight against hate requires a multi-pronged approach that engages community, city agencies, and law enforcement. OPHC carries out this effort to prevent and to respond to hate crimes through the interagency coordination of three intersectional pillars: community relations, education, and laws with law enforcement. When we talk about interagency coordination, it's to ensure effective coordination of city agencies who work to prevent and respond to hate crimes. OPHC has established the city's first interagency committee on hate crimes, and it's referred to as IAC. It's composed of more than 20 city agencies, including the New York City Police Department, all of the 5 district attorney's office hate crimes unit. The IAC has coordinated immediate responses to hate crimes, implemented community-based strategies to combat hate, referred victims to services, and strengthened communication among all stakeholders working on hate crimes and bias incidents in the city. On the community side, OPHC created the city's first network of over 80 community organizations committed to standing united against hate. These organizations represent the immense diversity of New York City. OPHC serves as a bridge between the city government and communities most vulnerable to hate crimes. Whether providing systemic analysis on hate crimes data to city agencies or working with community organizations on neighborhood safety plans, OPHC plays an integral role in advancing a comprehensive strategic response to hate crimes that integrates government and community stakeholders. As part of its interagency efforts and in direct response to the increase in anti-Asian American Pacific Islander bias incidents in April 2020, OPHC convened the Stop AAPI Hate Interagency Working Group. Comprised of several city agencies, the Stop AAPI Hate Interagency Working Group continues to meet and address the increasing hate crimes and bias incidents against Asian New Yorkers. The working group leverages the expertise and experience of city agencies and community-based organizations, ensuring that efforts are culturally competent, language appropriate, and educational. In addition to directly addressing the anti-Asian incidents, the working group broadened its approach during the peak of the pandemic by engaging with all vulnerable communities on hate crime and bias incidents, and disseminated much needed resources and information on COVID-19. OPHC has convened the working group on a regular basis since April 2020 to ensure effective coordination of programs and events. As we look at the pillars that OPHC is committed to, committee relations is the first pillar. OPHC manages the network of 80 community-based organizations committed to fighting hate through strategies that seek to strengthen relations between communities and educate the public on hate crimes. OPHC worked closely with the community organizations and city agencies to produce virtual and in-person events that seek to raise awareness on hate crimes and bias incidents in multiple language across all 5 boroughs. The following community initiatives comprise OPHC's community network: Partners Against Hate, referred to as Path Forward; Community Advisory and Service Team, CAS. In addition, OPHC coordinates and administers the city's Hate Crimes Prevention Initiative. The PATH, or Partners Against Hate, understanding critical role that the community organizations have prevented, is a response that was launched in May 2021 in order to provide the support that community-based organizations most vulnerable to hate crimes require to conduct their work. Path Forward funds programs and services in the following areas: neighborhood safety, community relations, strategies to enhance hate crime reporting, education, including bystander intervention training, victim services, and data collection through Path Forward. Through Path Forward, OPHC invested $2.4 million into 6 anchor organizations. These anchor organizations used those funds and distributed them to over 50 plus sub-organizations that are actively working to combat hate in our city. In order to broaden its community engagement and provide innovative opportunities to New Yorkers, OPHC also launched Hate Crime Prevention Innovation Grants, which also provide up to $20,000 of innovative community projects for individual organizations and schools. In the last quarter of 2020, OPHC also created the Community Advisory and Service Team, CAST, a partnership with New York City community-based organizations that supports and elevates important grassroots work to serve the communities that are most vulnerable to bias-motivated incidents and hate crimes, so that our city is better positioned to improve services, to respond to the needs of our diverse communities, and ensure a safer, more welcoming New York City for all. Education being our second pillar, OPHC continues to expand its education offerings to all New Yorkers, both in schools and for the public. The primary focus of OPHC's efforts is to educate New Yorkers on hate crimes, bias incidents, and the differences between the two. The overall hate crime reporting process, city and state laws, victim resources and services, and what New Yorkers can do on their own to fight hate in their individual communities. OPHC also works with community organizations to develop curated trainings and events that educate all communities on a variety of issues related to hate crime, bias, and discrimination. These trainings include Preventing Hate Together, which is a comprehensive 1-hour interactive training on the basics of hate crimes and bias incident. OPHC's community-based efforts and how New Yorkers can stand up to hate and the biases and prejudices that can lead to bias or hate-based incidents of violence. Preventing Hate Together is offered at events that OPHC coordinates closely with community organizations and other city agencies throughout all 5 boroughs. In these events, community members also engage directly with city agencies, including the New York City Police Department. In addition to community trainings, OPHC also produces educational fact sheets, victim guides, and other resources and information as needed throughout the year. OPHC's offerings include what is a hate crime guide, hate crimes victim guide to help, both of which are offered in 14 languages, as well as informational web pages on hate crimes and hate crime symbols. In August of 2020, as a complement to its educational efforts, OPHC launched Heart Work Against Hate, which is actually one of my favorite initiatives. It is an art contest for New York City youth ages 10 to 18 that creatively expresses the positive values that makes New York City great, while raising awareness about how everyone can stand against all forms of bias, discrimination, and hate. The contest has proved a valuable teaching tool, and the 2020 winners were announced this spring. Their artwork will be displayed digitally throughout the city. I invite all New Yorkers to look for it. When we think about our laws and law enforcement, OPHC works closely with NYPD Hate Crimes Task Force, often serving as a bridge to affected communities. Through NYPD hate crime data and community engagement, OPHC identifies hate crime and bias incident trends, shares information with communities and city agencies, and develops comprehensive plans to address them. Pursuant to Local Law 49 in 2020, OPHC, in partnership with NYPD, created a system to alert elected officials and affected communities whenever the New York City Police Department determined that a potential violent hate crime occurred. OPHC distributed list for the notification system contains over 500 contacts, including elected officials, community boards, and community-based organizations. Notifications include the hate motivation and the location, date, and time of the incident. OPHC uses these notifications to guide its responses, to coordinate, and to connect to community organizations. There are no easy answers and no quick fixes when it comes to fighting hate. As our testimony has demonstrated, OPHC and the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, under the guidance of the Mayor, is committed to deploying a wide variety of interventions in order to empower communities and coordinate government in the ongoing struggle against bias and hate. I'm optimistic that with Mayor Adams' vision of bias-free New York and the support of this body, that OPHC will continue to make a positive difference for all New Yorkers. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for your testimony. Council members, please use the Zoom raise hand function if you have any questions. We'll first turn to Chair Hanks and then move on to council member questions. As a reminder, we'll call on the Commission on Human Rights after council members have an opportunity to ask these questions. Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you, Josh. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for both your testimonies. I'm going to start with Ms. Logan, Mokjay, and then I'll move over to some of my questions for NYPD. What is the mandate for OPHC and what work has OPHC done in advancing its mandate? I know you mentioned a few things, but.
So OPHC is the coordinating arm, and I will let Hassan Naveed, who is our Deputy Executive Director, talk to some more of the specifics that and details that were already outlined in the testimony.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Chair Hanks. And so as Ms. Logan had brought up, we have 3 pillars that really drive the work of what OPHC does. And that in itself really encompasses what the mandate is of the office, which is community relations, education, laws, and law enforcement. And as we discussed, when it comes to community relations, we have the PATH, which is the Partners Against the Hate, in which we invest $2.4 million into community organizations and community-based approaches towards combating hate. That's among other examples, but I'll just sort of, to brief it, I'll provide some educations as well too. As we saw the rise to the anti-AAPI hate crimes that occurred, we understood the need of how students within the schools themselves were asking the question, what's going on, right? What is happening itself? Why are folks in our community being attacked, especially our neighbors, AAPI neighbors here in New York? So we worked with DOE to be able to put out informational and curricular materials for teachers to be able to facilitate those conversations. And this is something that happens as needed, and we've done it in different contexts as well too. And then going to law enforcement or laws and law enforcement, the notification system is integral for the community, the public, as well as council members to be kept up to date on when a potential violent hate crime has happened. That system in itself is something that really connects OPHC directly to community organizations. Yes, we receive inquiries from community orgs as those incidents come out, and we do our best to be able to respond to them, but also connect those victims when we can to those organizations that provide services, right? Because many of OPHC's community network, going back to our community relations pillar, is 80 organizations, 80 plus organizations that encompasses immense diversity of folks who work on hate crimes, bias incidents, as well as victim services too. And so those are just three, within those pillars itself, and those three examples are just ways in which we are pushing the mandate forward of OPHC. And just noting that we started in 2019 with literally zero, and we've worked our way to be able to expand into something that's become so much bigger and we're happy with that.
Thank you so much. If you can, I for myself, I did hear in Ms. Logan's testimony that they are located in all 5 boroughs. And so if it would be great for my colleagues to have the listing of these organizations, so we can add that to our list of resources that we can disseminate, and I'll get back to that in a moment. So, my line of questioning is really just to find out what consists and what constitutes a hate crime under New York state law, what line between criminal behavior and activities protected by the First Amendment. So I guess this is an NYPD question.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's important to note that we need a defendant to have committed a predicate offense, and then that paired with the defendant selected that person against whom the offense was committed or intended to be committed in whole or in substantial part because of a belief or perception regarding the protected characteristic of that victim, regardless of whether the belief or perception is in fact correct. It's a very high standard and a very, very complicated law that requires intensive review and collaboration with our partners, both as agency attorneys here and with our district attorney prosecutorial partners.
And just to add a little bit, the specified offenses, it's listed in Article 485 of the penal law. There's about 60 offenses that are listed. I don't know the exact number, but it's roughly 60. So the offense has to be one of those first, one of those 60 offenses. And if it's not, then it won't qualify as a hate crime. And then as the inspector said, the motivation has to be in whole or substantial part. The victim has to be selected in whole or substantial part because of their membership as a protected characteristic, in a protected class.
Thank you. So what are the rates of arrest for hate crime allegations comparable to what if other crimes, if lower, and why? Does that make sense?
Well, our clearance rates are as follows. For thus far for calendar year 2022, our clearance rates for hate crimes within the hate crimes task force are 40% for 7 major felonies and 26% for total cases, overall felonies and misdemeanors. I don't have comparable data for clearance rates of precinct detective squads or entities that would not be investigating hate crimes.
Mhm.
But I could tell you, based solely on an incident to arrest nexus, for instance, thus far for the year, we have 34 arrests for anti-Asian crimes. And of those 34 arrests, if we were to look, those 34 arrests are for crimes against a person versus crimes against property. And this year, we see that there are 25 hate crimes for anti-Asian. So there's a high percentage as these crimes come in for us to do our best to solve them, triaging them by first person versus property, with the goal of successfully clearing them to arrest.
Thank you. Among hate crime arrests, what trends exist in the recent years regarding victim identity, neighborhood of where incidents occur, or type of prohibited conduct? We kind of want to know what the underlying criminal offenses are most commonly charged as hate crimes. That's like super important to.
Right. Well, if one were to go against the bias type, meaning the motivation and the classification of victim, for instance, we would see an increase of anti-Asian crime from 1 in 2019 to 17 in 2020 to 67 in 2021, and now at 25 year to date in 2022. And if we were to take the aggregate of those numbers going down, we would see that anti-Jewish crime, for instance, that there were 83 in 2019, 57 in 2020, 55 in 2021, and 95 currently year to date. If we were to see anti-male homosexual, we would see that there were 13 in 2019, 5 in 2020, 10 in 2021, and 20 year to date, bringing us to 48. And right now, if we were to look at anti-Black, 14 in 2019, 9 in 2020, 12 in 2021, and 24 in 2022. If we were to look at the actual crimes, for instance, and those were the 4 largest categories that we see right now. But then if we were to go by crime, we would see that criminal mischief and related offenses, meaning property damage, swastikas, things of that nature, it's 166 over that time from 2019 to current. And then we would see that assaults continue to spike, to drive hate crimes, as are violations of order of protections, offenses against public order and sensibility, which would be offenses against a person as well.
And just the number, the 166, it's the total year to date, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, not the total for the entire year. So it's January 1st to May 1st of those 4 years.
Thank you. I guess the next question is for both MOCJ and NYPD, because in Ms. Logan's testimony, they talked about organizations that are, coming out and talking about hate crimes in schools. So my next question is, when you say you work with NYPD, what is the average age of individuals arrested for alleged hate crimes? And is there a demographic breakdown of individuals arrested for hate crimes? And is the coordination between, OPHC connected with NYPD in that statistic? So are we talking to the people that are more than likely getting arrested? Are we targeting the prevention based on my question, which is, the average age of individuals that are arrested for alleged hate crimes. So first, I would like to know the average age, and then I would like to hear from Makjay. Sorry, it's a double one.
It's okay. I'll let NYPD go ahead and give you those numbers, and we'll talk about the educational resources that we are deploying.
I do not have a demographic breakdown of the age and classification of the perpetrators. And that's because it's transcendental, incident by incident, and each crime complaint that we receive is specific and unique to the victim. And we look at it with who the perpetrator that committed that individual act is. So it's something we can get back to you with, an average of those arrests, but I don't have that on hand.
Okay, because I feel that that's super important in order for OPHC and Makjay to be successful, is that we start looking at those demographics and start breaking that down so we have an understanding, so we know what to target. And then I'll turn it over to Deanna Logan.
Thank you, Chair Hanks. So as I said in our testimony, education is one of the tenets and pillars that we are working on. And I won't steal Hassan Naveed's thunder, but I do, I mentioned in our testimony the Heart Work Against Hate, which is one of the programs that I think OPHC has done phenomenal work on. It is getting young people between the ages of 10 and 18 to really, really use art to show the diversity of the city and also the community convening together, in addition to other programs where we promote young people going to museums to learn about other members of their community. I'll turn it over to Hassan and Naveed now to really go into some more details on that, but education and deploying of resources where people start to know their neighbors is one of the fundamental activities of this office.
Thank you very much, Deanna. And you folks can hear me, right? Okay. Yeah, so targeted intervention is something that really is important in really proving the effectiveness of our efforts overall. And so when it comes to trends, our conversations about trends, whether they're happening at that particular level or whether they're happening geographically or where they're happening and wherever they're happening itself, is an important factor of how we end up determining what intervention looks like in those places, right? And how we determine what intervention looks like involves engaging with our law enforcement partners, our DA's offices, the NYPD, as well as our community organizations, right? And it's important for us to be able to figure out a comprehensive response in doing that. So one example that I can provide is the recent, as we all know, the anti-Asian incidents that have really hit the city across, across the city. And we've noticed that particular incidents are happening in certain parts of the city through our engagement with PD, particularly in Midtown or Harlem, in these areas. And so we go back to the interagency committee that we have. We have a working group that specifically brings these other city agencies together that focuses on API hate crimes. And we ask the question, how can we work towards targeted intervention here? Mm-hmm. And one example in which our partners at the city's Commission on Human Rights have really led, as well as the Community Affairs Unit, is these days of visibility, where we actually end up going to these places where these incidents have occurred, engage directly with businesses, the subway stations, riders, other sorts of information to be able to get folks information out there on what happened and what they can do to be able to address that hate crime as they see it's going on in a safe way, who to call, where to call. On the education front, Deanna brought up the Heart Work Against Hate. We also look at targeted intervention in places where we're noticing certain incidents are happening, right? Like swastikas, as it pertains to vandalism, property vandalism itself. And we've seen that those particular areas or places where that might happen are in, Brooklyn. And so we've actually gone and specifically targeted schools and other sorts of community organizations there to be able to provide information and education on those hate symbols and what they mean. and in also bringing in members of the Jewish community itself and other faith communities to those schools to be able to have those conversations about these issues. And so this targeted intervention are just two examples that we've given among the other stuff that we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so that leads me to, really kind of unpack, when does, offense versus public order mean in practice? So when does hate speech or behavior cross the line into criminal behavior? Drawing a swastika, as you said, was one example, but, is that harassment? Like, how do we determine, and in order for us to know that, then we can actually find out solutions to stop it. So that's my one last question, not last question, but.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, clearly drawing a swastika is, destroying or damaging property. So I don't think the courts are pretty clear that that is going to be eligible for hate crime. If you strike or shove someone, then you're getting into the aggravated harassment. That'll be something that, if the motivating factor is there, can lead to a hate crime. If there's like a pattern maybe against the person, but a single slur, as horrible as that is, and as terrible it is for a person to have to suffer that, probably wouldn't without more. So it's sort of a case-by-case determination when we hit that threshold. It's a little hard to say in the abstract, but it has to. You have to commit the crime to get there.
Well, so with that said, what obstacles does the NYPD face in investigating and arresting individuals for reported hate-based incidents? Are there certain types of incidents particularly challenging to investigate? And if so, why? What are the most common reasons alleged hate crime incidents reported to NYPD do not result in an arrest?
So the triaging process poses challenges. We received as a hate crime task force a possible bias incident. When that arrives at us, we then triage the case and we investigate the case. And eventually, prior to the close, it winds up in what we perceive it to be one of four categories. Obviously, a hate crime. And as we discussed, we need the predicate offense and the second throng, which is the defendant selected the person, as we described earlier. Then there are incidents where it meets some bias motivation, but it doesn't meet Penal Law 485-05, like, for instance, a harassment second degree with very offensive, hurtful, vitriolic free speech, or it reaches a non-hate crime, but we continue to investigate, for instance, because we want to know who the perpetrator of the case was, and if at any point via prior arrests that are clearly unsealed, or social media, or things of that nature, whether there was a motivation from that factor. And then a non-bias offense or a non-bias incident where there's a crime, but no bias, but it had made it to us through the channels as a possible bias incident. For instance, an example could be an ongoing neighbor dispute with eventually, after a number of incidents, a gratuitous statement used. But all of those levels pose challenges because to us, conscionably, there's a fifth level. And that is the cases that we see as human beings that shake us to the very core. And those cases pose the greatest challenge when we see or hear of something that we don't know if it will even fit into one of those four categories. But the onus is on us as a hate crime task force and as human beings and persons sworn to take an oath to investigate and try to figure out where it fits. And those cases tend to be the largest, most challenging, because we have to start at the ground level with partners, prosecutorial partners, our partners within legal, our stakeholders, our community members, our non-governmental organizations, to figure out whether these cases can entirely fit into one of the four areas and the best plan to bring closure to a victim who has been so shattered by having been the victim of a perceived crime.
Right. I think, you know, the line of questioning is really trying to understand, so then we can apply preventative and intervention, which is why we have Mock J here. And, you know, we want those resources to be put to good use. But when does the verbal hate speech cross the line into illegal behavior, into bias, into hate crimes?
Well, every case is so different. And we see it on a case-by-case basis as these possible bias incidents come to us.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, there are specific examples when one sees in the media or one sees on social media of crimes, and each one of those individual cases is triaged, and we work with our prosecutorial partners to determine that. And I mean, citing specific examples, certainly a lady riding the train and being told, as she was at Times Square, about where was she born, and anti-Asian slurs being uttered, as was found on social media. We were able to prove that there was menacing, and menacing based upon her national origin and ethnicity. And it's a high legal standard, and we have to take each case and each situation individually on its merits and bring it to our prosecutorial partners in order to charge it within the guidelines.
Thank you. Are there any examples? Well, let me rephrase. Are there any examples of conduct that is driven by bias or hate, but not currently considered criminal, that the department believes should be criminalized? And what do you feel that can be done legislatively to enhance the ability to prosecute hate crimes?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, something, you know, we could always add more crimes to the list. I don't know which ones would make sense, but, you know, the inspector, menacing is one that when it's crossing the line, you're putting yourself in fear, like that crosses the line of your physical safety. The standard, on the high standard that we have to meet, is something that could be helped, you know, and we are always willing to talk to anyone. You know, this is a state statute in the state to talk about it if there was any movement on making that change. But I think the real answer is if you could increase the amount of crimes that are covered and then change the standard to when your motivation meets it.
Thank you, that's helpful. Has the NYPD implemented target patrols or other localized efforts following the trends of hate-based incidents in certain communities?
Sure, we definitely have we do a few things. Before a major religious event, for instance, Rosh Hashanah or Ramadan, we will increase patrols around sensitive potential targets like synagogues and mosques. When there's been a major incident in New York City or elsewhere, we'll do the same. If there is in a state of hate crimes, we will add more patrol to those communities. And if there's so we'll definitely do that, and we're constantly looking at data. And if one community gets like a jump, we'll increase resources in that community.
Do you find that when you increase resources that you see a drop in incidents? Is there or have there been a decrease in reporting like future hate-based crimes?
It's a little hard to say, because we're every hate crime is a terrible thing, but it's still 200 year to date. It's not a huge number that we can say. I mean, that's a huge number, but it's not.
Yes, it is a huge number.
Yeah, that's not what I meant, but it's a big number, but it's not. It's not so big that trends are easy to identify in that way. I think we can certainly, when there's more presence, our belief that crime does come down and hate crimes will go down with it. But it's hard to, without, doing some kind of study to show for sure.
Yeah, I mean, presence has its place, but I mean, and this is my final question, both for NYPD and OPHC, which is really trying to figure out whether the public is sufficiently informed as what constitutes a hate crime and what could be done on the local level in communities. I know that Naveed had spoken about that a lot in his opening, but I think that there's a space to do more, especially if, we could drill down and start adding information to organizations as to what is a hate crime, and do we think that the public is sufficiently informed, and what can we do better? You can both answer. It's for both of you.
Yeah, so I know, we have our community affairs officers who, in light of incidents, will come out and try and do things. Inspector Arias will go talk at precincts in NCOs. I think it's a complicated, what rises to a hate crime or not is complicated and it's difficult to communicate, but that there are avenues where we're attempting to do that. And I know Office of Prevent Hate Crimes has their own notification systems, so I'll let them talk about their work.
Yeah, if we could unmute Deputy Executive Director Naveed, but that was one of the areas that the Office to Prevent Hate Crimes identified as its initial challenge to tackle, which was the fact that the community at large did not understand the difference between a hate crime and a bias incident. And so many of the resources that OPHC has been put towards trying to give the public that level of clarity. And I'll give you the opportunity to speak to that in more detail.
Thank you so much, Deanna. Public education obviously is extremely important, especially around this topic area. And in the last 2 years of OPHC's existence, along with the several city agencies that we work with, we identified this as being an issue, that we need to be able to work towards educating the public about what a hate crime is, what bias incidents are, who to call, what services are available in terms of victim services, and what New Yorkers can do. And I'm proud to say that our interagency coordination, which involves the NYPD and the district attorney's offices, has resulted in over 150 events, town halls, community forums, virtually during the time of COVID and also in person. And we've also gone directly to senior centers, health clinics, food pantries, to be able to disseminate information on those networks, to be able to get folks to know what's going on about hate crimes. And so I'd say that with that 150 different events, as well as these different networks to disseminate information that's coming from our interagency coordination, we've done it in multiple languages. We've been culturally competent in our approach as well too. I just remember us doing a few events where we have simultaneous translation. Just like you're in the United Nations, you have the entire setup there, because we are really serving an immensely diverse city, and we know that it's important for us to be able to make it as accessible as possible. We've also used, to reach vulnerable populations. We've met communities where they're at. We know that some messaging apps that particularly are used by certain communities, like Kakao Talk, which is used by the Korean community, or WhatsApp, which is used by the South Asian community, or WeChat. We've also worked to really put information out in those areas to be able to get folks to know that events are happening, what's happened, and also what a hate crime and a bias incident is. And so those are some of the things, and we continue to do so. We just had an event last week with the Filipino community, a town hall that focused on hate crimes after some concerns that were brought to our attention. And we also spoke at a synagogue at the Upper West Side as well too. And that is something that we continue to do so as our interagency coordinating committee. works together to be able to ensure that we have every city agency there that can answer that question. And also folks that are in those spaces from those communities have direct access to government to ask further clarifying information as well.
And
Thank
so,
you.
Council, just so we're clear, we are open to working with the council. And if there are constituencies that you think we haven't reached yet,
Right.
let us know, because that we are committed to making sure that that information is disseminated far and wide across the city.
Yeah, and we definitely want to also drill down and get NYP to get back to us on the demographics. So we are talking to the people who we need to be talking to really start the prevention conversation happening. I am so excited. My colleague, Chair Williams, is on, the incredible Natasha Williams, and I will pass it over to her. And thank you so much for your answering my questions.
Thank you so much, Chair Hanks. I'm actually going to quickly hand it over to Councilmember Caban. Just quickly, we had asked, the different caucuses who are members of certain demographics that have been historically discriminated against or targets of hate crimes to provide 1 minute quick open statements. And so Councilmember Caban will do her statement, and then I know she's already in the queue for her questions because I recognize that other members have been in the queue for questions. So to Councilmember Caban, who is also co-chair of the LGBTQIA caucus here in the council.
Thank you, Chair Williams. Thank you, Chair Hanks, for the opportunity and for holding this hearing. And I know that we will be hearing from my co-chair, Crystal Hudson, a little bit later, but I want to say that I'm proud to be here in my capacity as co-chair of the LGBTQIA+ caucus. The amount of hate violence that LGBTQ+ folks have endured year after year has made one thing perfectly clear to us. In order to prevent hate violence, in order to find the courage to be an upstander, in order to learn self-defense, in order to respond after an incident of hate violence when it does occur in a way that centers the material and emotional need of the survivor, the most important element is a trust relationship. And how can you develop partnerships for safety with someone you can't trust? How can you be vulnerable enough to open up about your fears with someone you can't trust? How can you turn for comfort and support in a moment of crisis to someone you can't trust? You can't. And creating safety requires cultivating the trust relationship. That's why we desperately need to invest in a non-police approach to hate violence prevention and survivor support. The experience of LGBTQIA+ folks, especially trans folks, shows why, as clearly as can be, the same group targeted for hate violence is also targeted for over-policing, for among other things, sex work, for example. And of course, that makes the trust relationship impossible to cultivate. That's what makes hearings like this so necessary. So thank you for giving me the time to say that.
You're welcome, and we look forward to your questions. And so I'll just be very brief with my opening statement. And again, just wanted to express my immense gratitude to Chair Hanks for always being so flexible and an awesome partner. So good afternoon. My name is Natasha Williams, Chair of the Civil and Human Rights Committee. I want to thank you all for your flexibility and joining this virtual hearing today with the Committee on Public Safety on citywide response to hate crimes and discrimination. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge my colleagues. I think Rita Joseph, Councilmember Joseph was on, and I know others have been already acknowledged, and I'm sure others will pop in from time to time. Today is a very busy day. We all know New York City is one of the most diverse places in the world, and we pride ourselves on celebrating our diversity and pursuing an inclusive agenda. This month was a rarity in the holy calendars that took place approximately every 30 years, where Christians, Jewish folks, folks who are Muslim, all were sort of united in this wonderful month, the holy month. It's been such a holy month. But we know that it is our unity that really keeps us together. And so unfortunately, in the past few years, we have seen more reports of bias-based incidents and hate crimes in so many of our diverse communities, whether it's the Black community, Asian community, Muslim community, Jewish community, our LGBTQIA New Yorkers, who make such a sizable percentage of the victims. As our country continues to reckon with its past and grapple with the devastating impacts of the pandemic, we have seen such an uptick in hate crimes and discrimination. In 2020 alone, the NYPD reported a 360% increase in hate crimes, which is alarming, almost half of which were motivated by race and COVID-related stigmas. While we know CCHR has a bias response team as well as a COVID-19 response team, it is important to find out more about the affirmative steps CCHR, OPHC, and NYPD are taking to prevent additional hate crimes and bias incidents in New York City. During our hearing today, you've heard already testimonies from MACJ and the NYPD. We continue to look forward to learning what measures these agencies are engaging in for the affected communities. We'll hear from CCHR in just a bit. And we really want to work with them to restore a feeling of safety and security to their neighborhoods, to our neighborhoods. And we look forward to hearing the additional testimonies from members of the affected communities, as well as advocates and other stakeholders, to hear their recommendations on how we can tackle this increase in discrimination and hate crimes. I'd like to thank my staff for putting this hearing together, Jaysari, Liam, Jack, and of course, my office staff, Everton and Ashley. And with that, I'll just quickly hop into my questions, which are very brief because Chair Hanks asked most of the things. And if I'm asking a question that was already answered, don't be shy. I will not be offended. Please say that's already been asked and answered. So the question I have, whether it's NYPD or OPHC, is there anything that you can share with us in terms of what you believe accounts for the recent trends of the increasing occurrence of bias-based incidents?
I mean, I think there's a lot of factors, right? I mean, it's hard to say, one thing we learned with this sharp rise in anti-Asian violence is you can very much pinpoint the reason that happened, and that is, widespread, blame based on COVID. There are things that happen in the media that can sort of spike hate crimes or in the news against certain groups of individuals. So I think that's part. I think part of it is there's a lot of work by a lot of people to increase awareness of hate crimes. So we might see more reporting of hate crimes that may not have happened in the past. But it's a variety of factors that can always contribute to it.
Deanna, I saw you taking yourself off mute.
Yeah. We look at trends in data to see where we're seeing these bias incidents. The underpinnings of what actually causes this uptick is something that I don't know that we can have that we've been able to pinpoint one direct correlation. What we do know is that even as much as we're seeing these bias incidents reported, that many more of the incidents go not reported. And so we are striving to make sure that we continue to deploy education, resources, build bonds across communities that are diverse so that neighbors have empathy and patience in a time where we know that COVID has exacerbated people's ability to be compassionate and empathetic.
Thank you. The next question I have is, when arrests are not made following reported hate or bias-based incidents, what are the NYPD protocols for notifying and or communicating complaint status with members of the public and impacted communities?
Thank you very much, Chair. By virtue of the crime not being closed to arrest, our detectives should have developed a relationship enough with the complainant or victim to let them know that their case is closed. It's certainly, having taken over Hate Crime Task Force on February 21st, something that is aspirational, that every victim be spoken to by our detectives at the close of a case, successfully to arrest, or in a worst case scenario where all leads were exhausted. But it's something we need to improve upon as a hate crime task force, and something that I aspire to improve during my tenure with the unit.
Right, because we do have the New York City Commission on Human Rights on the call, and we also have been hearing a lot from the mayor's office for prevention of hate crimes. And so just wondering if there's any other services or support or referrals that are given to folks, individuals who have been victims. So outside of detectives, maybe not closing out the case, are officers also providing referrals and resources to other spaces that they could potentially get some type of either personal support for themselves or just support in terms of addressing and getting justice for whatever issue that they were impacted by?
So one thing I will say, we have in every precinct crime victim assistance advocates, and they should be reaching out to people who are victims of crimes to talk to about services that may be available in their community. Certainly that's something officers can also do, but we do have that role in every precinct, so every person can avail themselves to that. And a lot of precincts have great relationships with the programs in their neighborhoods. So when they that, I don't want to say that's policy of the department. I think the CVAP program is really where it's supposed to happen, but they can talk about, these people in the community can help. But the CVAP program is really designed to help the victims find the places they can.
I'm sorry, can you say the program again?
CVAP, it's Crime Victim Assistance Program. And it's a contract we have with Safe Horizons.
Yeah, I wish Safe Horizons was on, because I actually have heard a lot of different complaints about Safe Horizons and sort of the coordination between Safe Horizons and the police department and what Safe Horizons actually can offer folks. So I would love to, maybe we could have a conversation with them, or they can also join at another hearing, because sort of to the point that you were mentioning, really wanting to understand if precincts communicate with local communities or faith-based organizations following hate-based incidents. So is Safe Horizon, coordinating with the masjid or a temple, if there was a hate-based incident that might have occurred in a particular community?
So Chair Williams, I think on the actual outreach after incidents, individual victims, the CVAP program, that Crime Victims Assistance Program, will reach out directly to individuals for crimes that are reported, right? The one thing that we do know is that some crimes go unreported, and sometimes people who have been victims of hate crimes it will be known, but they will not necessarily want to, as Chair Member Caban said, want to go forward with the formal government process. And what OPHC has done in those incidents is to make sure that they are doing the warm community bridging with the organizations that are in the victim's area, locality, that speak to individuals that the person who has been the person most hurt by this particular bias incident, to give those types of supports. So, for example, when we saw that horrific crime against the Sikh community, our deputy executive director was out in community and going to the mosques and doing that type of work. And I'll let him expand on that warm community touch that OPHC is the bridge to for those incidents.
And as you go into describing that warm touch, also, if you could just kind of comprehensively really explain the role that is served, and kind of share with us the different types of people you have working in OPHC. What type of functions are they serving on a given basis around hate crimes and prevention of hate crimes?
Thank you so much, Chair Williams, and thank you, Deanna. Just to first answer this question, I think we just need to recognize that whatever approach we do in engaging with a survivor or a victim is centered around what they feel comfortable with and what they want to do. It's a very victim-centered approach. And so in these situations, when we learn of a victim of a hate crime, and they are willing and they're wanting to engage with OPHC, and we learn this either from PD or we learn this from a community organization, we work our best to be able to curate services for that individual that best meet their needs. And those are things that obviously pertain to language accessibility, cultural competency. And so one aspect of OPHC, as we'd mentioned earlier, is our community relations portfolio, right? In which we have 80 organizations or 80 plus organizations that provide education, outreach, and also services to hate crime victims. And they represent the immense diversity of this city. So if we come to learn about an individual who wants additional assistance from an organization that serves their community, we have the ability, because we have that relationship with these organizations already, to make that connection directly, right? Whether that's someone who was working through the criminal justice system to be able to get those services, or they reach out directly to us, or they go through a community organization, or an institution itself has, like a religious institution has reached out itself. And the example that Ms. Logan provided in what happened in Queens in Richmond Hill, in which we saw Sikh men who were attacked. I think it was 2 incidents in one day overall. Us going directly to the Gurudwara, the temple there, was an extremely important way for us to engage directly with the victim as well and say, listen, and they were more than happy to be able to have us there. What services can I turn to? Following up on how their CVAP stuff is going on, following up on how we can provide additional compensation and resources and services. And we do this whenever we learn, and we do it, we try our best to be able to provide that sort of direct engagement on those matters.
And if I may just quickly jump in, ma'am, in regard to the Sikh incidents. Investigatively, one of the things that we did early on was start communicating with Nikki Singh at the Sikh Coalition to bridge any gaps and to keep her and her community advised of the investigative progress we were making, to let and relay both directly to the victim and his loved ones, his son particularly in the one incident, and to the victims themselves in the second incident, the work, but also to let Nikki Singh let the community know on a macro level the work that was going in. And I think we were on the phone 2, 3, 4 times a day from the first incident to through the arrest process to the arraignment process, so that she would be able to relay accurate and concise facts to bring an air of comfortability to a community that was so devastated by such violence.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for that. I also just want to acknowledge that we have been joined, I don't think they have been acknowledged, by council members Holden, Salamanca, Stevens and also Councilmembers Dinowitz and Hudson, and Councilmember Dinowitz and Hudson, I know also have prepared 1-minute remarks, and we will get to them shortly. The only other two questions I have, which really are for the Mayor's Office for Prevention of Hate Crimes, and then we can go to a few council member questions. I know folks have been waiting for some time. Is, are there recognized best practices for holistically addressing hate-based incidents, and what entities are working on developing these practices? So I don't know if there's any consulting organizations or nonprofits that have some best practices, and just wondering if the city is incorporating any of those practices. No. Okay. So the city.
No, I mean, I can answer that. I was waiting to see if
practices. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was waiting to see. I can go and answer that. Thank you so much, Chair Williams. Yes, in many ways, the office and the way that has been developed is really in itself advancing its mandate through those 3 pillars we had provided earlier, which really pertain to addressing those best practices within hate crimes. And that's 1, really working towards community relations, and then 2, it's education, and 3, it's laws and law enforcement. Those 3 pillars are something that are consistent with best practices as mentioned by the U.S. Department of Justice and other sorts of areas across the country. And so we move forward with those, and each of those pillars have programmatic reach. And also we look towards trying to make sure that we are working in making anything that we do, of course, accessible to the immense diversity of our city.
Thank you. And are you aware if whether or not the DOE has implemented anti-hate curriculum as developed according to the OPHC 2020 annual report?
I am not aware of that.
Okay. Well,
but I will add though that we work constantly with DOE on a variety of other educational curriculum. And an example I gave earlier, for example, was as we saw an increase of anti-Asian incidents that were occurring in the city, we knew that many of the students in the classes, whether they were in elementary school, middle school, or high school, had expressed concerns about what was going on and what was happening. And in those sorts of instances, we work with DOE to produce resource information. And we also provided training for educators in being able to facilitate those conversations in class, and also turn students towards resources that are available. All that information obviously involved immense collaboration with our community organizations that are there. We've also done this in the context of hate symbols as relates to the swastika, and as well as nooses and other instances that we see as needed through the course of what's happening. And DOE's been an excellent partner in that.
Awesome. Okay, I think that is all the questions that I have, but I will turn it over to the committee council to explain the next steps, because we do have a lot of maneuvering to do. And I'm actually wondering, maybe Councilmember Dinowitz, if you can take 30 seconds for your opening, and Councilmember Hudson for a 1 minute before we go, which what I believe would be back to CCHR for the sake of time, but NYPD, MOCJ, and OPHC should stay on for further questions from council members. So Councilmember Dinowitz, can you do a very quick opening?
I'll do my best. I'll try to do quickly. Thank you, Councilmember Chair. I want to thank you for bringing up the education piece, because we talk a lot about hate crimes, but no one starts out their hate crimes by punching Jews, for instance, in the back of the head. It starts out much earlier in their lives, and it is one of the things that I think about is Holocaust education. So it is encouraging to hear that there's anti-hate training. I don't know about the Holocaust education in our school system. I think it's probably not that good. Having worked in the schools for 14 years and having had students who had no knowledge of the Holocaust and cannot identify a swastika, which may be one of the reasons why in one survey, almost 20% of people think the Jews caused the Holocaust. I'm encouraged to hear that there are resources available for educators and teachers, given that anti-Semitism is the #1 hate crime here in New York City, though without, if it's not coupled with training, anti-implicit bias training especially, it'll go nowhere. And I myself have experienced this implicit and explicit bias as a Jewish teacher here in New York City, with administrators being upset that I am taking so many days off for Jewish holidays. A friend of mine took some days off for some Jewish holidays. Administrator was furious, so he stopped sharing who he was as a Jewish teacher. A few years later, he decided to share his heritage with his students. The administrator made a comment which was said, "Oh, you've come out of the Jewish closet." And then he corrected himself to say, or should I say, Jewish attic. And for those of you that don't know, this is, of course, a reference to Jews who hid in attics during the Holocaust to avoid a genocide. I can go on for many, many minutes with more horrifying stories of the biases that occur here in our city, in our public spaces. Suffice to say that when our people in public spaces are making it okay to be anti-Semitic, it then makes it okay to commit hate crimes. So they're inextricably linked. We need to highlight that. We need to talk about that. You'll be sure to hear a lot more from me about it, but certainly not this hearing. Thank you, Chair, for the time.
Thank you. And just again, everybody, we had invited the co-chairs and chairs of certain caucuses who are members of those communities. So just wanted to flag that, there's no favoritism here. Everything was crazy. Everyone had intended to join at the exact time, but we had the emergency press conference. So just want to thank you as chair of the Jewish caucus for coming on today to provide those very important remarks. And with that, I will turn it over to committee counsel to swear in CCHR and NYPD Mock J OPHC. Again, please stay on because I know my colleagues have questions for you. And so after CCHR testifies, we will go to questions from my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Williams. So CCHR, you could testify. I already swore you in earlier, so you're good to go. Council members, after CCHR testifies, you'll be able to ask questions to any of the agencies that are present. And for council member questions, we're going to start with Councilmember Botcher, Minority Whip Verna Kyle, followed by Councilmember Holden. So CCHR, you could provide your oral testimony and we'll go from there. Thank you.
You're just on mute.
Sorry about that. Okay, sorry. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Hanks, Chair Williams, and members of the City Council. I'm Sapna Raj, the Deputy Commissioner of Law Enforcement at the New York City Commission on Human Rights. The Commission on Human Rights is tasked with addressing and investigating violations of the New York City human rights law, which is a civil, not a criminal law. The agency's bias response team meets the needs of communities and victims who experience bias and discrimination and works to contact victims to inform them of their rights and provide guidance on possible responses. Today's testimony offers a brief description of the complementary work of the Commission's Community Relations Bureau and the Law Enforcement Bureau. The Commission's Community Relations Bureau fosters intergroup relations, one of the core founding mandates of the agency. It works daily to prevent bias and discrimination and to offer a rapid response whenever any acts of bias occur in New York City. In fiscal year 22, the Commission revamped its approach to bias response from a reactive approach, that is, responding to incidents after they occur, to a more holistic approach, which focuses on prevention, solidarity, and community building. This is complementary to our ongoing business corridor outreach, which includes materials on the hate impacting AAPI communities as part of the Commission on Human Rights' I Still Believe in Our City campaign. The Human Rights Commission adopted new tools of engagement like the multilingual bystander intervention trainings and restorative justice circles, and the Commission also engaged in conversations and events to emphasize preventive work in communities. The Commission also continued to do significant outreach to build trust in communities so that it could be more effective in responding to potential harms. In fiscal year 21, the Community Relations Bureau worked together with community-based organizations to host nearly 50 bystander intervention trainings in English, Mandarin, Korean, and Cantonese, empowering New Yorkers with the tools to be upstanders against bias and violence. During the same fiscal year, the Commission organized in-language town halls with other partners, such as the Mayor's Office for the Prevention of Hate Crimes and the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, NYPD, and the DA offices. These events helped demystify the process of reporting bias incidents and hate crimes and improved the trust between communities and government. Of course, the most well-known protections within the city human rights law are the prohibitions on discrimination in employment, housing, and public accommodations. The human rights law also has protections against discriminatory harassment. The discriminatory harassment provision creates a civil cause of action for any individual who's threatened or injured because of the individual's protected status. Claims under this provision do not require that a specific relationship, such as worker-employer, tenant-landlord, or customer-business owner, be established. As a result, individuals that face bias-motivated violence and harassment have the option of bringing civil claims to the Commission, in addition to reporting to the police to assert their rights and obtain remedies. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the ways the Commission and its partners are working to prevent and respond to bias and hate in New York City. We look forward to continuing this work in collaboration with NYPD, MOCJ, and the City Council. Thanks.
Thank you so much. We'll now turn to councilmember questions. For councilmember questions, please use the Zoom raise hand function. The order so far is Councilmember Bottcher, followed by Minority Whip Vernikov, followed by Councilmember Holden, and then Councilmember Caban. Councilmember Bottcher, you may go ahead.
Time starts now.
Hello, my question is for Deputy Inspector Arias. How are you, Deputy Inspector? Deputy Inspector Arias? Sorry, you stepped away.
I apologize. Can you hear me?
Yes, no problem at all. Deputy Inspector,
yes.
When an officer responds to a crime, it is incumbent on that officer to report to a patrol supervisor when there's any possible bias element to that crime. In my work with the Hate Crimes Task Force and the PD, going back 13 years to when I was the LGBT liaison at the City Council's Community Outreach Unit, what I found then and what we hear about now are instances in which police officers do not report to the patrol supervisor a bias element or do not mark that in the report. They'll fill out a police report for an assault, but fail to put in there that there was a bias element to it. Do you have any, to what extent do you know how frequently that happens? What training do officers get in the academy and post-academy? And what are the consequences for officers that do not report bias-based incidents?
Councilmember, thank you for bringing this matter to the table today. Number one, as a hate crime task force, we want to know We want to know about possible bias incidents because it's our mandate to investigate them. And it's our passion as investigators to want to bring successful closure to victims. And there are anecdotally a myriad of incidents where we may not hear because of the layers from the responding officer all the way up to the duty captain, where certain cases may never make it to us. That being said, there are other avenues where we are receiving cases from our partners at the DA's offices, from our partners at OPC and MOCJ, from elected officials, from non-governmental organizations and nonprofits, and we're able to hear the voices often when there was a stopgap measure that was not met on the NYPD's side. That being said, we have a program of training that since my tenure, I've looked to make more robust, where officers are trained in the control guide procedure that exists already in the police academy. And then sergeants are trained when they're getting promoted to sergeant, and lieutenants are reminded of that training when they're getting promoted to lieutenant, and captains are clearly trained by a captain who's my executive officer on the procedures of deeming something possibly biased. That being said, we can always do better, sir. And we can always aspire for 100% compliance in this area. And it's something we're looking to improve. But the message I would like as a message to take away is that we as a hate crime task force want to know and we want to investigate. And we want to hear the voices of those who believe they've been victims.
To what extent are outside organizations, community-based organizations brought in to assist with the training and to lead trainings?
Sir, I'm very sorry there was a siren in the background and I could not.
We're on 30th Street in Midtown. To what extent are community-based organizations involved in the training that officers receive regarding hate crimes, both at the academy and after the academy?
Sir, not enough. I am in dialogue with the Asian American Bar Association of New York, the Asian American Federation, partners at JCRC, at the Community Security Initiative, at the ADL, where I want to aspirationally utilize their voices to augment our efforts. And it's something that I have to, in my short tenure, improve upon and ensure that we are eliciting. That is the question you asked is a question that is widely asked at various meetings that I attend and at the stakeholder conversations that I have, because I believe we can augment our training with victims, advocates, nonprofits, and community stakeholders to build strength and improve our ability to investigate as detective investigators.
Time expired.
And I look forward to hearing more about those ongoing efforts.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll hear from Minority Whip Vernikoff, followed by Councilmember Holden.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank everyone for testifying today, as well as especially my colleagues, Chair Hanks and Chair Williams, for putting this hearing together. I represent a large number of Asian Americans and Jewish Americans who are victims. Some of them are victims and are really impacted by the anti-Asian and anti-Semitic crimes that are plaguing our city. So I really thank you for doing all of this. I also would like to congratulate Inspector Arias on your role. I think that all New Yorkers have a stake in your success, and I want to wish you luck. And I also would like to thank the NYPD for what they do to combat hate crimes and all crimes and just keeping New Yorkers safe. And just in response to some of the remarks earlier today, I just want to say that we do need members of our law enforcement, our men and women in uniform, to fight crime. With that being said, my first question for the NYPD My question is, how often is the NYPD referred case about hate crime or discrimination that occurs on college campuses?
So I apologize. Can you repeat the question? It cut out a little bit. Is she there? Apologies. Oh, yeah. Could you just repeat the question real quick? It cut out as you were doing it.
Sure. How often is the NYPD referred cases about hate crimes and discrimination that occurs on college campuses?
That's not a metric that we track. And I don't know what the referral would be, the methodology that you're asking about, council member. I don't know if you mean from the public safety department at a college or university, or what through a student advocacy group themselves. So I can't comment with substantive data to the point.
Well, I guess more generally, is the NYPD referred cases, or is the NYPD told about hate crimes or discrimination on college campuses?
We receive complaint reports through various mechanisms, and reporters and witnesses and complainants alike, and those generate complaint reports that eventually make their way to us. But whether it's specifically from an institution, I cannot comment, because it's not a data metric that we would track.
Okay, I understand. My next question is it's somewhat related to a question that was earlier asked by my colleague Camilla Hanks, Chair Hanks. We have a lot of instances on college campuses where SJP, a group called SJP, Students in Justice for Palestine, calls for an intifada, makes calls to get Zionists out of CUNY. And intifada, as I understand it, is a violent uprising. It's a call for a violent uprising. And it has led to violence, whether it's on CUNY campus or outside of CUNY campus. So I know that there's a in free speech and what is actually a crime. So my question is, at what point do such calls actually call for an arrest?
Well, a complaint would have to be generated in such a way that it met the threshold of a hate crime itself. Obviously, meeting that threshold of the defendant having committed a predicate offense and then meeting the additional criteria. There is a fine balance between free speech and the crime, and we have to maintain the freedom of groups that make political statements. We take each case individually on its merits, and we look to, if a complaint report is generated, work with our partners prosecutorially and our lawyers here at NYPD to ensure the right to free speech, in addition to the rights of victims who are affected by hurtful and hateful vitriolic language.
So is the short answer, it's case by case basis?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And my next question is for HR. What is the process, and I apologize if it was answered before, but what is the process by which an act of hate or discrimination is reported?
Was it for CCHR? I'm sorry.
Yes.
So our process for reporting a hate crime is no different than reporting any other discrimination that someone would suffer in New York City. You can come to our offices, you can call us, and our info line, which is our intake line, will answer and assess the facts. We have a web form so people can fill that out online. They can call 311 and 311 can direct them to us. Sometimes we get calls from elected officials or other community-based organizations. So we get complaints sent to us in many different ways. And that's the same for hate crime, would be a civil hate crime, discriminatory harassment.
Okay, and once that's to you guys, what process, what do you do next?
So once it's reported, we do an initial intake. If there is jurisdiction, it is assigned to an attorney who does a detailed intake. There's an investigation where you investigate whether, you investigate both sides. We don't represent one or the other side. We are neutral investigators. Once the investigation is over, if we think that there is probable cause, then a probable cause finding is issued, and it will then go to trial before the Office of Administrative Hearings and Appeals. And then a decision is rendered by that administrative law judge. It comes back to our commissioner for a decision and order.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Holden, followed by Councilmembers Caban, Stevens, Dinowitz, and Richardson Jordan. Councilmember Holden.
Time starts now.
Thank you, chairs, for this important hearing. This question can go to either MOCJ or NYPD. Can you tell me the percentage of individuals who are arrested for hate crimes that also have been identified that they have a mental health issue? Because some of the videos that we're seeing, when you just randomly select a person and just punch them in the face, that seems to point to a mental health issue when you randomly take people and just attack them. So do we have that number?
I do.
Okay.
This year, out of our 100 arrests that we've made,
right,
47 have prior documentation of an EDP incident, for lack of a better description, meaning that they were in our system as an aided for prior emotionally disturbed person job.
So if they're arrested and they keep getting rearrested, what measures are we taking to really give them specialized treatment? I mean, are they given any help on an outpatient, inpatient? What happens to them? Because obviously we've read many cases where people are rearrested for the same, they just keep attacking people. What's happening now, let's say?
Well, the arrest to arraignment procedure would be that we're conducting our investigation. Somebody's placed under arrest, and clearly they're arraigned on the charge that they were arrested for. From that arraignment, it goes to our prosecutorial partners who work obviously with CJA and defense counsel to try to come up with a solution from that arraignment proceeding to best deal with the person. We do not see, this year we see 6 repeat offenders of hate crimes out of that 100 that we've discussed. But we, as part of our crime analysis, if you will, we are doing crisis outreach response notifications to our crisis outreach support unit. That being said, I think we have to improve in our partnering with mental health professionals to ensure that there's a holistic treatment for people that may not necessarily be, that may have mental health issues.
Yeah, because we're seeing, again, you may have said there's 6, but it looks like about half of the people have mental health issues. So that's like what we really have, and probably more than that. Because we know just by the burden of proof that, I had an incident in my neighborhood where somebody pulled up in a car, gave a racial slur to a woman, threw liquid on her, and was following her. She refused, subsequent to that, she refused to talk to the police officers or detectives. And then the case didn't happen. So there was no bias incident, but there was, and obviously we know, but it's talking to a detective that sometimes scares people off. So that's why I think we need maybe a more holistic approach to this. Rather, some people just won't, like a council member earlier, Caban mentioned, that some people won't talk to a detective. So that's where we need maybe a little bit more of just reporting it and just getting the, where we can get somebody from a not-for-profit to just interview the person first. That might be a solution. I'm not saying it is, but also the NYPD clears, and this is what, you know, we read here, NYPD clears just 1 in 3 hate crime cases, including just 1 in 5 anti-Semitic incidents. So as the city recently reported, the city's DAs get convictions in just 15% of the hate crimes. And we talked about this many times in the council, and including just 1% in the Bronx. So I know we need really an approach where we could try to get more convictions, and then that would deter more people, and also just get to more specific mental health solutions here. And I think that's what the mayor's trying to do. Just one last question, and this one would be for the police. What police precincts are we focusing on where we're seeing more hate crimes throughout the city? Are there a few precincts that we really need to bring in more resources?
Time expired.
Sure. Quantitatively, certainly the 1st precinct, Midtown South precinct, 19th precinct, 61st precinct, 90th precinct, and then the 112 precinct.
That which is I taken a little in the 112. So so you mentioned that we're doing resources for those precincts. Can you get into specifically what is being done, what resources are being brought in on the precinct level?
Sir, I think that I misinterpreted your question because I believe you asked quantitatively what the precincts that would be requiring the most resources are. And so I answered with what I perceive the precincts.
Yeah, that was my question, but I'm saying now, what are we doing to address it? Let's say, what are we giving those precincts in the way of resources?
Right, well, we as a hate crime task force investigate incidents of hate. And we communicate with the precinct commander and our community affairs bureau when crimes arise and we receive complaints that have come to us of hate crimes. And then our partners, both in community affairs, in the liaison unit, and at the precinct level, continue to message and communicate with the residents and stakeholders and business owners and persons who are regularly in that precinct with the crime via their messaging.
But I don't think, I don't have like the precinct, the numbers of officers in the precincts with us. We can look into getting that to you, but I can't say exactly how many officers are in each precinct as a result of, hate crimes.
No, but are we connecting? So are we connecting those precincts with not-for-profits, and also just some groups that can help with the victims of the crime, and actually talk to the neighbors who are experiencing this? Because many times I told you one case, but many times you'll find there's a lot more cases that are not being reported. So that's why we need an approach to, identify the precincts that are having the most hate crimes and then give them the resources to address it. And I think that's, and education we talked about with DOE, but I think that needs the approach, I think, to address and to reduce the number of hate crimes in a particular precinct. Well, thank you, chairs. Thanks for the extra time. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Councilmember Holden. Recognizing that we're joined by Councilmember Wan. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Caban, followed by Councilmember Stevens, Councilmember Dinowitz, and Councilmember Richardson Jordan. Councilmember Caban, if you're available.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Now.
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. Thank you. So my questions are actually for MOCJ. The Office for the Prevention of Hate Crimes is the key city office supporting the communities that are directly impacted by hate violence, connecting them with resources and innovating new and better responses with the increasing number of hate crimes and the need for, and also OPHC. And the need for OPHC's work Does the hiring freeze impact OPHC, and how many staff lines does OPHC have?
So hi, good afternoon, and thank you for your question, CM Kaban. OPHC has a table of org for 5 staff members. It's currently staffed by 3, and we are posting to fill the 2 vacancies. We are approved to fill those vacancies.
Awesome, thank you. And what's the progress on the search for an OPHC director? Has the administration identified someone yet? Are there any internal candidates applying? You know, we're 3 months into the administration, and it looks like we're obviously surpassing the hate crime numbers compared to last year.
Well, given that our executive director resigned just a few months ago, we have posted the position and individuals have expressed interest. We are going to be filling, that is one of the 2 lines that is not filled. So we will be interviewing to fill that line.
And what do you anticipate the timeline being there?
Hopefully within the next couple of weeks, we will have identified successful candidates and we will present them to the mayor as individuals for consideration.
Thank you. And many organizations have communicated the challenges of getting city council discretionary funding. So another question is like, what's the holdup? We know that OPHC only plays a coordinating role between the grantee and the larger procurement process, and it involves other city agencies. So just curious about where the holdup is. Is it at the mayor's office of contracting services? Is it somewhere else?
You're talking about discretionary funds that the council provides to directly to
the
CBOs?
Hate Crime Prevention Initiative specifically.
So the issue with discretionary funding is I understand from our procurement shop, because not only is it the hate crime initiative, but many of the discretionary funds come through the mayor's office of criminal justice procurement. Oftentimes there is some delay in it actually the funds being certified in the system. So even though council has said this has to go to organization A, if the funds have not been certified in the system, then our procurement shop cannot actually transfer them to the organization. We have to go back and look at the specific organization to see the status and to figure out where the actual last check is waiting. As you know, that most of the procurement process is now done through the passport system, which has codified and essentially made sure that the rules of procurement are intertwined into the system. So a lot of times what we see is if one actor hasn't checked yes on their side, none of the other steps can happen until that works, because it is a way that the system holds everybody accountable by making sure each step in the process is completed.
Got it. And then I'm going to try to see if I can squeeze in one more. The Path Forward program has been a major success story, I think, largely due to the selection of highly competent and trusted anchor organizations. Does the mayor's office plan to use the same Path Forward anchor organizations as before?
My understanding is that we are.
Okay. Oh, I think I can fit in one more. Okay, so will OPHC have a program budget or receive a significant investment in the Hate Crimes Prevention Initiative, in addition to the OPHC Partners Against the Hate Initiative budget?
Wait, I'm sorry, Councilmember Kaban. That was really fast. I didn't catch it.
I'm sorry.
No, it's also because I have I'm not feeling well, so my ears are kind of clogged.
I'm sorry. I hope you feel better. I also I'm speaking too fast. I apologize. Will OPHC have a program budget or receive a significant investment in the Hate Crimes Prevention Initiative in addition to the OPHC Partners Against the Hate Initiative budget?
I have to go back and look at all of the investments, but I can say that the mayor has made significant commitments to investing in our office to prevent hate crimes, and we are using all of those resources to make sure that we are continuing its good work.
Great, thank you.
Really quickly, I know that Councilmember Juan, we had originally invited Councilmember Lee, who's Vice Chair of the LAC. As stated many times, we know that the rise in anti-Asian hate has increased. And so we just invited Councilmember Juan to speak on behalf of the Asian community in Councilmember Lee's absence. So Councilmember Juan, if you can do a very quick, brief opening statement.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Chair Williams and Chair Hanks, for holding this really important hearing. On behalf of the AAPI community, I am extremely disheartened that so many men, women, and seniors especially are living in so much fear. We've seen past 39% increase in hate crimes across the nation against Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders, verbal harassment 63.7%, and shunning 16.5%. We've heard everything in our public spaces, from parks where youth are being bullied, beaten, and stepped on, to young women being pushed to cars and leading to death, stabbings, as well as spitting on people's faces, in addition to the verbal harassment.
I was about to jump in and say that her service was not working, but I guess the service. Councilmember Juan, I don't know if you're still here. I still see you here. Okay, if you want to go to the next question as Councilmember Juan gets her service together.
Thank you, Chair. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Dinowitz, followed by Councilmember Richardson Jordan, followed by Councilmember Ariola, and then back to Councilmember Juan. So
Time
Councilmember
starts now.
Thank you. Just to follow up on somewhat of what Councilmember Holden was asking. So you have the data regarding arrests. Is there any data that exists that show what percentage of people arrested for hate crimes get mental health treatment, what percent end up in jail, and then what percent are actually released, found not guilty? Does that data exist, and is it public data?
That is not data that we track as a hate crime task force. That prosecution to sentencing is not something that we maintain as a hate crime task force.
Yeah, and some of that might be in the district attorney's offices or the courts, what the final outcome is, right? Because many of the district attorney's offices and the borough, the OCA, have mental health courts that they can send people to who commit crimes based on their mental health, because of mental health issues, so that they might have that data of how many were diverted. But it's not something we can see if we can get it run here, but we don't have that with us on how often that happens.
Yeah, I think that data is really important because it's these hate crimes impact not just the victim, it impacts an entire community. And I think each of those individuals who are going out and committing these hate crimes, I think as a community, we need to know what happens. Are they receiving the help that they need, if that's what they need, or are they off the streets knowing, we have to know if they're safe. Is there a reason you don't collect that data or communicate with the DA's offices about that data?
I mean, I just have to check with our, what data comes back and how robust it is, right? We may find out that, at the end of the case, you complete your treatment program, in a case it's dismissed, I have to find out whether that comes back as dismissed or dismissed because of treatment program. So we'll look into it with our, our data people, see how much we get back. I just don't have that. We don't have it with us right now.
Okay.
If we have it at all.
If you have, okay. All right, because, I hear that we hear from PD, we hear a lot of the talk that, the people, they commit crimes and they're back out on the street and no one's ever convicted of anything. It'd be nice to have some data that can actually speak to or against that, particularly when it comes to hate crimes. And my other question is for the City Commission on Human Rights. Thank you, and my PD, thank you. And of course, thank you for the work you do for our city. For the City Commission on Human Rights, I kind of mentioned it briefly in my in my opening statement, but I have found that a lot of the implicit bias training that I've received as a public servant working as an employee of New York City, a lot of my friends received as an employee of New York City, excluded implicit biases about Jewish people. And I highlighted some of the more explicit ones, some of the more implicit ones I don't want to take too much time to share. Maybe I'll share those on social media. But what work is being done to ensure that implicit bias training include biases against the Jewish community, which do make up the plurality of hate crimes that we see in New York City?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to turn it over to our Deputy Commissioner for Community Relations, Kajri Chowdhury, who will talk about the lead advisors we have for different community groups, including the Jewish community.
Thank you, Sapna. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kajri Chowdhury. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for Community Relations Bureau at CCHR. Councilmember Dinowitz, we did see the similar thing, and one of the things that on our part we do is we have, not only do we work through our borough offices and geographically reach communities, but we also have lead advisors and liaisons who specifically work with communities who have been historically marginalized or are vulnerable. And so one of our positions is a Jewish communities liaison. And our Jewish communities liaison we also saw a similar disconnect. And so one of the trainings, some of the trainings that we offer are not only about one's rights and obligations under the New York City Human Rights Law. Some trainings go a step further. And it is about understanding different communities. And that comes from our core founding mandate of fostering intergroup relations. So we have recently launched a training which is called Understanding Jewish Experiences and Combating Anti-Semitism. We launched it in April, right before Passover. And right now we are in the process of training many of our city agencies, including staff from DOE. And I'll be happy to talk to you more and present on the trainings.
I would love, thank you, Deputy Commissioner. I would love to, it's been my experience that
time expired.
We're mandated to take these trainings, which are very important. And it's vital that in the mandated trainings, we're including really all of the communities that are marginalized, and would certainly love to talk with you more about both these what sound like optional trainings, but also specifically the mandatory ones, because really I think those can have a huge impact in the type of conversations we're having, especially in our schools, and as a result, the type of violence and hate that we're seeing throughout our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Richardson Jordan, followed by Councilmember Ariola.
Time starts now.
Hi, yes, I wanted to ask about the hate crimes advocates. Specifically, how are they selected? How are they trained? And then what kind of guidance or oversight is there for them?
Are you talking about the Crime Victim Assistance Program, or well, I'm not sure what you mean by the hate crimes advocates. I apologize, Councilmember.
Yeah, I mean the hate crimes advocates, they were referred to in the first part of the hearing, and then I think it's the assistance program.
Right.
Yeah, crime victim. Oh, I'm sorry. Right. Crime victim advocates.
Right. So right. Yeah. So they're not totally dedicated to hate crimes. It's all crimes, right? So They're selected by, I believe, Safe Horizon. They're Safe Horizon employees, and Safe Horizon provides training for them, I believe, on their duties in the precinct. I don't know here exactly what that training looks like.
Okay. So that's all through Safe Horizon. Do they receive any like mental health training? Are you aware?
I apologize, I'm not certain.
No.
So,
Okay.
hi, Councilmember Richardson Jordan. It's Deanna Logan, the director of MOCJ. The crime victims advocates are individuals that do have training in social work. Safe Horizon make sure that individuals have underlying understanding of how to engage survivors. A lot of their work historically has been on the domestic violence side of criminal cases, but they are trained to engage and to support the victims of other types of crime. CVAP is actually now part of the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice and has been ported out of NYPD. And our larger Office of Crime Victim Services is working to strengthen the supports that the advocates provide to survivors of crime. And so we are working through what that should look like as we continue to talk with Safe Horizon about what the future should be and what the supports need to be for survivors of crime as a whole.
Okay, great. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Ariola.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chairs Hanks and Williams. I don't have a question, but I do have a statement I wanted to make. Mr. Naveed, you mentioned earlier about the hate crime at the Gurdwara on 118th Street in Richmond Hill. Although that is not in my district, certainly people, constituents from my district worship at that Gurdwara. And I want to tell you, the NYPD and any of the agencies from the mayor's office and any agency involved, that this really was a best practice. You guys really came into the community, worked utilizing non-police intervention via the Sikh Cultural Society, community leaders, community groups, elected officials, the 102 precinct, garnering, fostering trust within the community and the victims. And I believe that caused the swift apprehension of the assailants. So this really is a big, a best practice, and kudos to all of you who worked on this particular case, because it really, it showed what can be done when we all work together towards a common cause. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Councilmember Ariola. If any other council members, okay, I see Councilmember Vernikoff.
Councilmember Juan is back on now.
Oh, she is back on.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
I have some questions too, but we can let Councilmember Vernikoff go because I know folks have had to wait for some time.
Okay, let's go to Councilmember Juan, followed by Vernikoff, and then back to Councilmember Williams.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that. I was having bad service inside, but I was just saying how important it is. Thank you so much for making the space to highlight API violence, anti-hate crimes that have taken place, because we've seen 339% increase in hate crimes nationwide, as well as 63.7% in verbal harassment. And a lot of these are happening in public spaces. 31.6% of the incidents were in public streets. 30% of incidents were in transportation, such as subways that we've seen where women were pushed off the subway cart like Michelle Go. And women and seniors are still disproportionately highly targeted than Asian men, making up more than 63.3% of all reports. And we know that this is an underreporting of all the hate crimes that have taken place, especially in New York City. We know that culturally it is harder for Asian Americans, especially immigrants, to make these reports. And I just have a few questions as well. What really breaks my heart is for all the AAPI hate crimes, culturally making it really difficult, especially for seniors and immigrants, to report these hate crimes. Jessica Corey, the former highly ranking head of hate crime unit, was removed after there was an interview on ABC7 about how she was repeatedly, and we have other anecdotal evidence that she was dismissing Asian hate crimes when they were reported. Could you please explain to me why, even though when Asian Americans have reported these cases, they were dismissed, and when in the statement from Sergeant Edward Riley, the incident did not factor into her reassignment? Can you, one, answer, this is a question for the NYPD, where she was reassigned to, and why there was no repercussions or any sort of disciplinary action taken when there is testimony from multiple Asian Americans who have said that their hate crime reports were not taken seriously?
So I'm not sure where Inspector Corey was reassigned to. I can find that out. And I'm not aware of. Yeah, I'm not aware of where she is right now. So I can find that out though.
Sorry, it keeps on muting me automatically, but could you please find out where she was reassigned to, and could you help me understand why there was no disciplinary action taken despite all the outcries of Asian Americans who have said that they have reported or tried to report hate crimes and they have been dismissed, mocked, and laughed at?
So again, I'm not aware. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. We can look into both your questions. I just don't have answers for them.
And ma'am, as the commanding officer of Hate Crime Task Force, I'd like to reassure you on the seriousness with which we investigate these crimes and the seriousness with which we look to close these successfully and appropriately within the parameters and the guidelines of the law. Nobody in this city should have to face violence or vitriolic speech or any of the like when going about their business. We're meant to coexist peacefully in a kind city. And as a process, we are taking it very seriously and looking to partner with stakeholders and community partners and members to let everybody know, A, we wish to receive the reports, and B, will thoughtfully and thoroughly investigate the reports. And allow the investigations to be steered into a successful conclusion impartially and within the guidelines and framework of the law.
Could you also share with the AAPI community what strategy or plans you have to decrease the hate crimes that have risen in our city against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders?
Sure. We, as a hate crime task force, as I mentioned earlier, investigate individual incidents of hate. And we partner with other city agencies, including OPHC. We partner with non-governmental organizations, nonprofits, our Community Affairs Bureau and Liaison Unit, and the precinct commanders to deliver a message that, number one, if you're the victim, we want to hear from you. And number two, that we'll thoughtfully and thoroughly investigate the case and bring it hopefully to a successful conclusion to a prosecutor within the law. But we really do have to partner with our community stakeholders and utilize social media intelligently and thoughtfully, and utilize our request for media assistance and whatnot to bring attention to a macro issue in order to see a diminishment, because one crime is too many for us to see in this state, and one victim is too many of a hate crime. We can see that by partnering with non-governmental organizations, bringing awareness and working with other stakeholders, we do see a diminishment right now of raw possible bias incidents that does not account for a lack of reporting. And that's why I so strongly encourage and welcome reports so that we have a fair and accurate number. But it's our hope to partner with the other stakeholders in an effort to diminish them.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll be following up for the questions about Jessica Corey and what disciplinary actions or why the NYPD is choosing to not take any disciplinary actions for Jessica Corey's reassignment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll hear from Minority Whip Vernikoff before turning back to Chair Williams.
Starting time.
Thank you. My question is for the CCHR. If you know, how many employees does CCHR have?
I think our current count is 132.
132. Do you know how many of those employees are Jewish?
I'm not sure. I don't have the demographics for that, but we can find out. I think it's something that we report.
Please, yes, I would like to have that information.
Thank you, Councilmember. Do you have any further questions? Okay, great. Chair Williams, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Hold on, let me go to my questions here. At the March Public Safety Committee hearing, the NYPD testified that the task force has 19 investigators and about 25 members of the AAPI community working as translators and doing outreach. Are there any additional officers or non-uniform staff assigned to the task force above those numbers?
We have 20 investigators. We have 1 civilian, and we have 5 supervisors. We additionally have co-located in our office 2 state trooper investigators that work with the state hate crime task force, and they are co-located with us in our offices. In the Asian hate crime task force, we are fortunate enough to have Inspector Tommy Eng supervising 18, I believe, and that number can be fluid depending upon promotions, but 18 AAPI investigators that augment and enhance and help us tremendously, for whom we're so grateful.
Thank you. In 2017, there were 325 hate crime complaints to the NYPD. In 2018, there were 353. In 2019, there were 420. Then in 2020, overall crime in New York City plummeted as the city went into COVID-19 lockdown, and hate crimes went down too, from 420 to 282. But in 2020, arrests also fell by 23%. Then in 2021, the number skyrocketed up to 565 complaints. And coming out of Q1, complaints were up by 75% over last year. So we have hate crimes going up and then falling, not due to policing, but due to the lockdowns, and then continuing to rise again dramatically. And I really can't see any clear indication that the strategies have made any real impact. And so could you provide some insight on why the council should sort of continue to invest in this strategy instead of perhaps prioritizing some community-based prevention strategies?
So thank you, Chair Williams. I kind of want to take a step back and think about what we're seeing in terms of reporting. Similar to domestic violence, we know that as we see more reports of incidents, that may not necessarily be a bad indicator, because what it does indicate is that people do have the trust to come forward and to let us know about the incidents that are happening. So in a very ironic way, the fact that people are comfortable to come forward and to tell about the horrible incidents that are happening to them may be part of the work that you see and the collaboration that you see between OPHC, CCHR, and NYPD, where between our community partners, between our city agencies, and law enforcement stakeholders, we have made it very, very clear that New York City is a diverse, inclusive place, and that we will not tolerate that type of hate and bias incidents, and therefore people are more comfortable to let us know. And we do absolutely believe commitment to education is the path forward to making sure that we don't see the incidents occurring as much. But I'm not quite sure that in this moment that seeing increased reporting is a criteria that we should take as something negative.
Okay, thank you. The question I have for CCHR is, how often has CCHR received complaints of bias, hate incidents? But I think you might have answered this already.
I think I did, but I can.
So then we can go to the next question. What challenges does CCHR face in pursuing complaints of bias or hate incidents?
So on the civil front, I think one of the problems is identifying who the perpetrator is and then being able to go after them. It's usually an individual, it's, that we may not have information about. But once we do have that information, then we can go forward and see what can happen through the investigation, whether there is a way to get an apology or whether the person is entitled to, the victim is entitled to damages. So I don't think there are huge challenges except, finding the person and proving that there's a nexus between what happened, whether there were threats or not, and to the protected class of the person who is coming forward to complain.
Thank you. Does CCHR refer these complaints to other agencies? So similar to how I asked the NYPD, if they're referring certain things to other agencies, are you all also referring different complaints to the various agencies? If so, which ones?
So we do work with OPHC, and if we think that we do not have jurisdiction, then we will refer it out to OPHC or to NYPD if it is that the person should pursue criminal prosecution. And then we do, get help from other community organizations that might assist the person if there are ways in which that person can be assisted other than filing with us, filing the complaint with us.
And how do you determine sort of whether a complaint should be referred or not?
So that's something that our intake staff is trained on, and they work with their supervisors and with the attorneys here at the agency to see whether it's something that we can handle or whether it's something that we don't have jurisdiction over that needs to be referred out to another agency. It's just like any other discrimination claim that comes before us. If we don't think that we are the appropriate agency, then we will offer referrals.
Okay. I think Councilmember Dinowitz might have somewhat asked this question, but can you share with us, if you didn't already answer this, how often CCHR conducts anti-discrimination, hate training, or hosts other types of events to prevent hate incidents?
I'm going to let Deputy Commissioner Chaudhary, who does most of those trainings, and her staff talk about it.
Sure, and we can get back to you with specific numbers, Chair Williams, but our teams do training and education every week. And it depends, basically there is one core of training that they do on like the bystander interventions. And again, I can get back to you like with specific numbers. I think we reported fiscal 22s, but we said like we did 50. But we can get back to you with the current numbers. And then there are the trainings that focuses on understanding of different communities, whether it is our anti-Semitism one, whether it is understanding Muslim experiences, whether it is understanding of transgender communities. Those also are done, and I can get back to you with exact numbers for those aspects as well.
And I will just add that if it becomes a complaint and a case before us and it gets settled, very often we will have, as part of our settlements and conciliation agreements, that the respondent gets some kind of training or works with a community organization or issues an apology. So there are restorative justice ways in which we address the issue, including training, of course.
Gotcha. Thank you. And the last question I have for CCHR, just before one more question to either OPHC or NYPD, is do you all have any policy recommendations to combat hate bias-based incidents?
I'm sorry, was that for CCHR?
Yeah, it was for CCHR, but it's for whoever. But the question was, do you have any policy recommendations on how we can combat hate and bias-based incidents? I know I say this all the time privately, but I also say it publicly. Council members are very smart, but we're generalists at best. And so we don't often have the intellectual rigor when you talk about specific issues. And so this is sort of a question turning it back to the experts in terms of if you feel there's any policy recommendations that you have that the council should consider in terms of how we combat hate and bias-based incidents.
I'll go quickly and say, I think something that everyone has talked about today is more training. I think that's really important to reach out to the youth. I know our Community Relations Bureau works a lot with the youth to work with communities themselves that are facing discrimination, ensuring that people who don't have immigration status are afraid that if they come forward, that will be an issue, ensuring that they understand that we don't ever ask about the immigration status, so they should feel comfortable to come forward. Reaching out to all the communities, the Jewish, Muslim, South Asian, East Asian, African, every community that probably faces discrimination in New York City, reaching out to them and teaching them about what their rights are and what the obligations of others are, teaching bystander training, that it's really important to without interfering with somebody else's rights and without putting yourself in danger. You want to talk a little bit about the bystander training you do?
Sure.
So I think that's really important.
It is about community solutions, and I know Councilmember Kaban, when she was talking, raised the idea of like what can people do. And so understanding, getting a sense of who is of your safety, and then using some of the time-tested methods of intervention. And this can be, so we, in this space, we request or like we train all New Yorkers, and one of the things that we do in partnership with community-based organizations, and I know PHC similarly, some of the Path Forward members also do this, is making sure that our trainings are available in different languages so that New York's, like every New Yorker has a sense of like what those intervention techniques could be and can help interrupt bias and hate. We often talk about bystander intervention trainings in terms of almost like first aid, where you train, you do that, you get the training on a regular basis so that you develop muscle memory and you develop the intention as to like, how to intervene when you're seeing an incident of bias or discrimination taking place in your community, so that the community at large can be responsible for interrupting bias and hate. So we would add the bystander intervention training and bringing communities together in a holistic way as part of some of the recommendations.
Thank you. And the final question that I had, which was sort of discussed, is we know from researching in Common Sense that hate violence is massively underreported. And I think a lot of the wonderful experts here have mentioned that, and the number of complaints NYPD received is likely a fraction of the number of incidents actually occurring. Again, at the March Public Safety Committee hearing, NYPD testified that the task force closure rate was about 50%. So at best, the NYPD is making arrests in half of a fraction of the total number of incidents In addition, only about 15% of those arrests lead to hate crime convictions. So a fraction of a fraction of a fraction. How can this possibly be an effective approach to reducing hate violence? And do you have any thoughts on what other approaches we could be using? And I know MOCJ and OPHC and CCHR for that matter are more so focused on those community-based prevention approaches that we love so much. And so just trying to get a sense of, you know, how do we use the best practices, because we clearly aren't closing out cases and convicting people for hate crimes.
This is Hassan from OPHC. I can speak to a little bit about the underreporting aspect of stuff and how we look to compensate or look to address our response in a comprehensive way. We know that NYPD data itself is something where folks feel comfortable reporting an incident to the police department or whatever the case might be. But we also know, as Chair Williams stated, that there are many reasons why someone may not necessarily report a hate crime or a crime. And we function within the context of that existence, right? That there is a large portion of incidents that are not being reported. And how do we work about getting a comprehensive picture of what that looks like is really important for our community engagement, our community relations. NYPD data plays an important role for us to get an idea of what's happening, but also our engagement directly with communities. Some of these organizations collect their own hate crime data or bias incident data, and they also provide qualitative information and experiences from community members that helps inform us at OPHC, but also our interagency committee, our interagency efforts that includes those 22 city agencies that are involved, a bigger picture of what the state of hate, what the state of bias, the state of discrimination looks like, right? That includes data related to bias incidents, bullying, all this sort of stuff, so we can get a complete idea of how we can work towards doing that. We can't rely on just one source of data. It has to be something that is comprehensive for us to be able to tackle this issue in a way that is comprehensive. And then from there on out, we'll work on those policy, programmatic, and other sorts of outcome events that it might be that are targeted interventions in addressing these issues in the bigger picture.
Thank you. With that, I will turn back over to committee council and just again wanted to thank MOCJ, OPHC, and the NYPD and CCHR, of course, cannot forget CCHR, for doing the good work and for joining this hearing and providing testimony and answering our questions.
Well, thank you so much, Chair. If any other council members have questions, speak now, or we'll pass it off to public testimony. Chair Haynes, anyone? No? Okie doke, everyone. Thank you, administration, for your testimony. We're now going to move on to the public testimony portion of this hearing.
And if you guys can stay on, sorry, Josh, feel free to stay on to listen to the public's testimony as well.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair. So now we'll talk to for members of the public. We will now be having public testimony. I'd like to remind everyone that unlike our typical council hearing, we'll be calling on individuals one by one to testify. Each panelist will be given 3 minutes to speak. Please begin once the sergeant has started the timer. Council members who have questions for a particular panelist, use the Zoom raise hand function. I will call on you after your panelist has completed testimony. For panelists, once your name is called, a member of the staff will unmute you. And so kind of please keep an ear open because I will be kind of announcing a queue of panelists as we're getting ready. So without further ado, we will begin with, we're going to start with, we're going to invite Lawrence Hong, followed by Michael Cohen, followed by Chantrell Sung.
Time starts now.
Hi, my name is Lawrence Hong, Chief of Staff to Assemblywoman Yuli New. She is currently at Albany right now for a conference and her legislative session, so I am testifying upon her behalf. So good morning, and thank you for the invitation to speak at this hearing regarding the horrifying anti-Asian violence that has targeted New York's Asian American communities. In my role as a state assembly member, I am proud to represent the oldest Asian American community in all of the city, Manhattan's Chinatown, and to be one of a small number of Asian American elected officials on the state level. The dual pandemics of COVID and hateful violence have hurt our community deeply. Our people are scared and our neighborhoods are struggling. The recent attacks on AAPI New Yorkers have been terrifying and despicable. The tragedies of Christina Yuna Lee, Michelle Go, Yao Pan Ma, Uncle Kwok, and just this past weekend, Ji Wen-yan haunt us. These attacks are not just a manifestation of COVID-induced racism. They are the latest chapter in a long history of violence towards and disinvestment from Asian American communities that has been ongoing since the first immigrants arrived here hundreds of years ago. In addressing the current wave of violence, our goal must not be just to return to 2019, but rather a more equitable future where we get the full equity, safety, and support that we deserve. To that effect, this past year, I spearheaded efforts to fund the AAPI equity budget on the state level. The equity budget was a proposal drafted by community-based organizations, advocacy groups, and the Asian Pacific American Task Force to protect us from and prevent violence, to help us fight the high levels of poverty in the Asian American community, and to provide culturally sensitive social and translation services to individuals who need it the most. The enacted budget allocates $20 million for the proposal, half of which is earmarked specifically for confronting hate crimes. This is a massive increase over years past and a significant win for our community, but it is less than a third of what the original proposal called for. While this year's massive increase in funds from the state is a victory, needs remain, and it is time for the city, where most of the state's hate crimes are occurring, to rise to the occasion as well. Asian Americans are 18% of the population. Despite this, the city has yet to do its part in addressing the funding gaps fueling hate crimes. I encourage the council to work with the advocates who crafted the state-level equity budget proposal to fully fund the programs they have identified. The need for services is great, with a quarter of AAPI adults living in poverty, and if this body truly wishes to address anti-Asian hate, it must start by fully funding our AAPI equity budget. I'd also like to talk about some of the sentiments that many community members have shared with me regarding the effectiveness of earlier programs and services. Our community feels unheard due to language barriers and lack of cultural sensitivity in city services, including public safety measures and social services. 97% of Asian Pacific American seniors are foreign-born, as opposed to 47% of the general senior population. Many of our seniors have told me that when they try to collaborate with law enforcement or city officials, the in-translation apps used are miserably ineffective. As you might be aware, word travels fast in local communities, especially ones as tight-knit as ours. A handful of frustrating failed incidents can circulate quickly. The sentiment that the city services, including public safety services, are inaccessible and ineffective is unfortunately a common one that has remained unaddressed. If this is not resolved, it will be impossible for us to collaborate on addressing the dire issue of hateful violence, increasing cultural and language accessibility throughout all of the city's current and future initiatives must be a priority. I still have about another minute or two. Would you mind if I finished?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Let's see, what was I? A key way to increase cultural competence and language accessibility is to increase AAPI representation at all levels of city administration, from clerks and firemen to council members and commissioners. There are New Yorkers all over the city who come to my office for constituent services, even though they do not live in my district, because their elected representatives' office are not equipped to support language accessible services. People want support, but they want support from people that understand their language and their culture. Asian Americans are almost 18% of the city's population, but unless we see ourselves reflected in the faces that represent the city at all levels, it will be difficult to collaborate with any program the city might introduce. Similarly, if you want to create programs that Asian American New Yorkers actually use and that actually work for us, the most important thing is to make sure that we are present in the rooms where these programs are designed and decisions are made. Another barrier to successful collaboration between AAPI communities and city resources is a general feeling of neglect and disrespect from the city. We feel disrespected because all too often our neighborhoods are expected to bear a disproportionate number of facilities that serve the entire city. I believe in the importance of safe havens and the need to close Rikers Island, but Chinatown has absorbed more than its fair share. No one denies that there is a dire need for these critical services. Safe havens are important spaces with life-saving services, and our city needs more of them if we want to phase out our existing insufficient shelter system. We must also acknowledge that these initiatives meant to serve the entire city are disproportionately concentrated in communities of color, specifically Chinatown. Why is it that after advocates of color spoke out against horrific conditions at Rikers and the need to close it, the solution was to build 4 new Rikers in communities of color without addressing the call for a gross decrease in cells and the root causes of over-incarceration and carceral cruelty? The problem, as always, is the city unwilling to engage with residents on a one-to-one level and incorporate community feedback into their planning processes. We can and must do better to ensure all New Yorkers share equally in the costs and benefits of running our city. And finally, there are systemic issues of racism and mental health that brought us to the point where we are today. And it is only systemic responses that will get us past it. Unfortunately, the solution is not just about adding a few extra patrol cars on a given street, a few more police officers on the beat, or a few more surveillance cameras at a given subway station. The city has tried this, and it is clear that it does not work. A large part of the solution is ending a history of neglect and elevating communities of colors as partners. I urge the city to heed the recommendations that our community organizations and community members have made. This means working with our organizations and advocates across all communities of color, increasing dedicated funding for AAPI needs, promoting and implementing community engagement, and increasing language accessibility and cultural competency across all current and future city services. Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence. I have a quick question. You said that the 20 million has been allocated. What is the gap? What are you proposing?
I believe CACF is also on here, and they could probably go into more detail. But my understanding is that the original ask that we had was approximately 40-something million. I'll have to double check on that number, but it was about half of what we were asking for, and these services would go to a number of plans, and I'm happy to forward over, I guess, the full budget proposal to your office as well.
I would love that. Thank you so much. And we definitely would like to meet with you after the hearing. So please speak to our council staff and we'll try to set something up. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. 64.5 million. That was the actual right word. I get all my numbers messed up. Yep.
Okie dokie. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Michael Cohen, followed by Chantrell Sung.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Hanks and Chair Williams and the committees for holding this morning's crucial hearing on our city's responsiveness to the continuing surge of hate crimes. My name is Michael Cohen, Eastern Director of the Simon Wiesenthal Center, a Jewish global human rights organization with a constituency of over 400,000 families, 150,000 of them in the New York metropolitan area. The Simon Wiesenthal Center confronts anti-Semitism, racism, and all forms of hate while promoting human rights and dignity through its wide-ranging educational programs that serve New York's diverse communities. Everyone here this morning knows that behind the shocking statistics are fellow citizens who have suffered physical attacks and mental anguish, that every swastika, every anti-Semitic curse, every anti-Asian screed, every defacement of our houses of worship injure our souls. We are appreciative that our city's leaders, Mayor Adams, City Council Speaker Adams, and the members of these important committees have been sounding the alarm while pressing the need for unity and healing. While raising awareness is absolutely key, let us use this hearing to ensure that, as the title of today's hearing indicates, we upgrade our resolve to develop coherent collective responses that will send the clear message that New Yorkers will not tolerate hate crimes, no matter who the perpetrator, no matter who the victim, no matter what the cause. The center, in close collaboration with the City Council, has for years brought our combat hate programs to New York City's public school system, teaching students to identify and report instances of hate on social media platforms and gaming systems, while ensuring that we give them the tools so that they can exercise their personal social responsibility in combating online bullying and hate recruitment. Just last week, Chair Williams, along with a host of City Council members, joined the center in a press conference with Speaker Adams, unveiling our annual report on digital hate. This report demonstrates how much more work we have to do in pressuring powerful digital platforms to adopt zero tolerance for hate targeting our city's children. The New York State Assembly recently sponsored the creation of one of our center's mobile museums of tolerance for our great state. This incredible tool will be a major educational asset that will bring our message of empowerment against hate and building a future based on hope and mutual respect to the 5 boroughs of this great city and across the state of New York. The center works closely with NYPD's Hate Crimes Task Force and New York City's unique Office for the Prevention of Hate Crimes, launched in 2019. But as we all know, much more needs to be done across our city, and it needs to be done with a sense of urgency and a sense of unity in incorporating our many diverse communities and cultures. As a recipient of the New York City Council Hate Crimes Prevention Initiative funding, the Wiesnall Center is honored to be recognized by this body as a leading organization on the front lines of this crisis. And we thank the Council for its signals to date of ensuring that the overall funding for this initiative will be once again prioritized. We are so grateful that this Council truly gets it. We wouldn't all be here today, though, if we believed that enough was already being done. The Simon Wiesenthal Center stands by the Council's side, ready to expand its work and services that we know is and will continue with your support to make a difference where it counts most with our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Chantrell Sung, followed by Scott Richmond, Ada Lynn, and Leo Ferguson. So Chantrell.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairpersons Hanks and Williams and members of the Committee on Public Safety and Civil and Human Rights for the opportunity to submit this testimony regarding the New York County District Attorney's Office investigations and prosecutions of hate crimes. My name is Chantrell Sung, and I am the Chief of Strategic Operations for the Manhattan DA's Office. And I'm incredibly grateful that our city and this council is focused on combating hate crimes and committed to responding to the urgent and grave situation that our office faces every day in Manhattan. The number of hate crime cases that the Manhattan DA's office currently prosecutes remains at an unprecedented high number. We are currently prosecuting approximately 87 hate crime cases. These are charged hate crime cases, whether by criminal court complaint or grand jury indictment. And these include misdemeanors such as bias-driven spitting or liquid throwing incidents, some of the most serious felonies such as murder and attempted murder as hate crimes, as well as everything in between, from unprovoked violent attacks against members of a certain protected identity, anti-Semitic, graffiti and harassment cases, and more. The largest category of hate crime prosecutions in Manhattan are anti-Asian, with 34 open hate crime cases. The second largest category of hate crimes are those against the LGBTQ+ community at 24 cases. And our next two largest categories of current pending hate crimes are anti-Black at 11 open cases and anti-Semitic at 10 open cases. We are also prosecuting anti-white and anti-Hispanic hate crime cases, among others. The Manhattan DA's Office Hate Crimes Unit is currently comprised of a chief, a deputy chief, 2 investigators, and an analyst who supervise and provide investigative support to the trial division prosecutors who handle hate crimes investigations and prosecutions. And their work is overseen and supported by 2 executives, myself for strategy and operations, and then the chief of our trial division, Joyce Smith, for casework. Our unit works closely with detectives assigned to the NYPD Hate Crimes Task Force to investigate potential hate crimes incidents. For instance, to gather and review digital, forensic, or social media data and evidence, conducting interviews of witnesses and victims, and conferring on investigative strategies. The unit also receives pre-arrest investigations directly from victims or witnesses who call the hate crimes hotline number, and will also conduct post-arrest investigations to determine whether an arrest made by local authorities should be charged as a hate crime. In March, DA Bragg testified before the New York City Council seeking $1.6 million to fund the expansion of the unit. And I'll submit in written testimony more details on the staffing structure for this expansion. But I will note that this expansion is necessary because in addition to the rising number of cases that need to be investigated and prosecuted, we must implement long-term prevention and deterrence solutions that focus on community engagement, building our victim support services, enhancing cultural and linguistic competencies, conducting specialized hate crimes for police and prosecutors, and furthering anti-bias education and awareness efforts. And if it's okay, I just have a little more that I wanted to speak to. We have developed a comprehensive strategy for addressing hate crimes that is deeply informed by our lived experience, law enforcement, as well as community-based and victim-centered solutions and extensive stakeholder engagement. With these resources, we will be able to effectively implement this strategy. I am prepared to submit written testimony that highlight some of our significant cases that we are currently prosecuting. But if time allows, I will just highlight a couple of those cases right now. On February 27th, 2022, defendant Stevens Ajunk began a series of unprovoked assaults on 7 Asian women on the east side of Manhattan between Houston and East 30th Streets during an approximately 3-hour period. As a result of those attacks, 6 of the women suffered injuries, including lacerations and bruising to their faces, and one of the women was knocked unconscious by the defendant, later treated at the hospital for concussion. The grand jury indicted the defendant for all these hate crime charges on all 7 incidents. So that is a case that is currently pending in our office. The other case that I wanted to highlight is another anti-Asian hate crimes case. Earlier last year, April 23rd of 2021, 61-year-old Chinese immigrant named Yao Pen Ma was in Harlem collecting cans when the defendant, Jared Powell, ran up to him from behind, knocked him to the ground, and repeatedly stomped on his head and kicked him in the head, face, and neck. As a result of traumatic brain injury and being placed on life support, Mr. Ma died on December 31st of 2021. A defendant had made statements to law enforcement in which he claimed to have been attacked by 2 Korean or Japanese men the day before he attacked Mr. Ma, but admitted that he did not report the alleged robbery to the police. A Manhattan grand jury indicted the defendant for murder in the 2nd degree as a hate crime, and that case is currently pending in our office as well. I will just conclude by thanking you for your time and dedication to ensuring that hate crimes are given the prioritization and attention necessary for giving me the opportunity to submit this testimony. We are very proud of the work we're doing each and every day to zealously combat hate crimes. And with the additional funding we have requested in next year's budget, we will be able to fully realize our long-term strategy. I know that our office, the council, and the city share our values on this issue, and we look forward to continuing to work with all our partners to hold those who commit crimes in Manhattan accountable. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Scott Richmond, followed by Ada Lynn, Leo Ferguson. Scott, you may go ahead.
Starting time.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't able to unmute.
Sorry about that.
Okay, so good afternoon, and thank you so much, Chair Williams and Chair Hanks. My name is Scott Richmond, and I serve as the director of ADL's New York, New Jersey Regional Office. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify here today regarding the concerning rise in hate crimes in New York City and what we can all do to curb these trends. Since 1913, the mission of ADL has been not only to monitor and respond to anti-Semitism, but really to fight all forms of hate, believing that if one group is persecuted, then all groups can be. Over the past few decades, ADL has been recognized as a leading resource on effective responses to violent bigotry, conducting an annual audit of anti-Semitic incidents, and drafting model hate crime statutes for state legislatures. You've now heard for several hours about the rise in hate against so many communities in the city, so I will not repeat that. What I will stress are the findings of ADL's audit. It was just released last week, so really hot off the press. It's gotten a lot of visibility, and it's really a unique way to assess the temperature of anti-Semitism, the state of anti-Semitism, because it's a reflection of ADL's day-to-day work. It's our incident response work. And according to the audit, across the United States, there were a total of 2,717 incidents of both criminal and non-criminal acts of harassment, vandalism, and assault, which is a 34% increase, over 700 more incidents than last year, and the highest year on record since we've been keeping track of anti-Semitic incidents since 1979. Across the country, we dealt with anti-Semitic incidents in 50 states, and there is no state that has more anti-Semitic incidents than New York. And about 2/3 of the incidents in New York took place in New York City. We're talking about 416 incidents, which is up from 336 the year before. What we also saw in New York was something very, very disturbing, which is an incredible rise in anti-Semitic assaults. Across the country, we had 88 assaults. 51 of those took place in New York State, and 48 of those took place in New York City. So we're talking about a huge number, the majority of anti-Semitic assaults taking place right here in New York City, with a very significant number in Brooklyn. And, you know, in general, incidents targeting Orthodox Jews throughout the state have increased at an alarming rate. You can refer to ADL's heat map. That's a real-time look at not only anti-Semitic incidents, but incidents of hate, extremism, anti-Semitism, and terrorism that ADL is following. They range from swastika graffiti to other forms of vandalism to anti-Semitic slurs. We saw in a Hasidic neighborhood, a family of 3 was attacked with a child who was 1 year old, and another man, in another instance, a man approached a visibly Jewish woman and said, "You people are disgusting," and threw an unknown liquid substance in her face. ADL has documented a number of physical assaults as well relating to Israel or Zionism in New York. I just have another minute or so to put forth my recommendations. Is that okay? Yeah. So, you know, with all of this in mind, I want to recommend five steps that the council can take. First, the city council should strengthen partnerships with and support community-based organizations when it comes to data collection and reporting. These organizations are often the first call when acts of hate and bias occur, and it's critically important that they're adequately resourced and have the capacity to track and monitor incidents as they occur. Second, the city council should take steps to help ensure the collection of data regarding hate crimes prosecutions in New York City, with particular attention to the extent to which racial disparities may exist when it comes to hate crimes charges, convictions, and criminal sentences. Third, the city council should make sure that the New York City Office of Prevention of Hate Crimes is appropriately staffed and resourced. We've heard quite a bit from them. We urge the city council to direct more resources to studying the rising tide of hate and harassment online, including in the form of swatting and doxing, to ensure that government agencies have the resources and expertise needed to investigate and respond to these incidents when they occur. And fifth, we urge the city council to invest in restorative justice approaches and other non-carceral approaches to hate crimes, and prioritize community-based prevention initiatives, which can include, but are not limited to, violence prevention and interruption programs, anti-bias peer-to-peer education, and Holocaust and genocide education in New York City's K-12 schools. This is a major part of ADL's work. We work in hundreds of schools in New York doing that kind of anti-bias and Holocaust education work. These approaches can empower impacted communities while still holding hate crime offenders accountable. Thank you all for the work that the council does to ensure that New York City is safe, welcoming, and an inclusive city for all.
Great, thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Ada Lynn, followed by Leo Ferguson.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. My name is Ada Lynn, Program Coordinator at the Coalition for Asian American Children and Family. Thank you, Chair Haynes and Chair Williams and the rest of council members for the opportunity to speak. As nation's only Pan-Asian children's advocacy organizations, Coalitions for Asian American Children and Family, CACF, aims to improve the health and well-being of Asian Americans and Pacific Islander children and families in New York City. Currently, I'm a program coordinator for the Asian American Students Advocacy Project, which is also known as ASAP. ASAP is a youth leadership program for Asian American and Pacific Islander youth across New York City. One of the youth in the ASAP program shared, the frequent anti-Asian hate crime have constantly made me feel like I'm on edge, especially as an Asian woman. I find myself making myself smaller in public spaces, being distrustful of everyone around me, and generally feel like this city isn't my home anymore because there's no sense of community around me. Another youth shared that. As I started going outside more, I feel anxious anytime when someone approaches me. When I'm on the train, I wonder if people sees me an Asian American wearing masks and will move to sit somewhere else. When I close the front door of my home, I want to know, why do I feel relief? All members of our community deserve to feel safe. Another youth defines safety as being able to go about our day without constantly questioning whether we or our loved one will go through acts of physical and emotional harm. They continue, there are so many ways to describe what safety can look like in our community, such as streetlights brightening up the path in the dark, public safety running with good services, and youth having a space and fun place to be after school. Safety means that we have the resources when we need help. We need to raise our collective voices and commit to ending hate and racism. Most of incidents, if not all, are a result of lack of resources in our community and lack of knowledge we have about each other. In all aspects of our life, we need to be able to see ourselves as whole beings with a sense of care and connectedness to people within our community, as well as across community of color. We believe safety is the presence of wellness and not just the absence of crime. The criminal justice system does not and cannot address the well-being of our community members. The city must stop using criminal justice system to address social and economic issues. We urge the city council to invest in our city and in our community. More than ever, we need culturally and linguistically responsive and sensitive services to ensure the needs of our community members are being met and our voices are being heard. We need the city to invest in our community because safety means feeling welcome, heard, and included. Every community member deserves that, and we need to make sure that they feel supported and seen. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Leo Ferguson, followed by Lakshmi Shumagnathan, followed by Avi Pasnik. Leo, you may go ahead.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chairs Hanks and Williams and council members. My name is Leo Ferguson, and I am the Director of Strategic Projects at Jews for Racial and Economic Justice. I am testifying on behalf of our organization and our partners at the Diverse NYC Against Hate Coalition. It has been 5 years since the rise of the modern white nationalist movement, and we are 4 years into New York City's hate violence crisis. 2 mayoral administrations, 2 police commissioners, 2 city council speakers, and many other officials have proclaimed zero tolerance, and the city has spent tens of millions of dollars operating and expanding the NYPD's hate crimes task forces. But in that 5-year period, there have been only 87 hate crimes convictions in New York City, and the number of bias incidents continues to go up and up. One thing is crystal clear: our current strategy of policing and prosecutions is not working. In fact, research shows that hate crimes laws have no deterrent effect, and as Councilmember Holden pointed out, many of the communities targeted by hate violence are also the least likely to report to the police. The law enforcement approach to fighting hate violence has officers running around the city looking for individual perpetrators who, according to the NYPD's own testimony, have a 50 to 70% chance of getting away with their crimes. So I'll say it again, our current strategy of policing and prosecutions is not working. It's not keeping our communities safe. We cannot continue to do the same thing and expect a different result. Instead, an effective hate violence prevention strategy must begin within the communities that are being targeted and resource community-based organizations to empower vulnerable New Yorkers and address the factors that lead to bias incidents. The good news is that we have extraordinary community organizations that have been doing this work for years and are eager, in fact, desperate for the resources to do this work. The bad news is that community-based hate violence prevention in New York City has been wildly under-resourced. In the midst of an ongoing hate violence epidemic, NYC Against Hate has had to fight every year to get even modest investments in non-policing approaches to hate violence prevention. While we appreciate the funding we have received, it should be obvious that $2 to $4 million divided between many organizations is not adequate to address a major crisis in a city of 8.5 million people. So we are calling on this city council to finally say enough is enough and direct the right resources to the right strategy. We must provide adequate funding and staffing to OPHC. We applaud the city council's proposal to increase hate crimes prevention and AAPI community support initiatives funding in FY23, and we request that the council increase hate crimes prevention initiative funding to $5 million in addition to a $6 million allocation to the AAPI community support initiative. We ask that the council fully fund the Hope Against Hate campaign, the Asian American Federation-led violence prevention program. We call on Mayor Adams to increase funding for his Path Forward program to $10 million, directed to the same experienced anchor organizations so that they can build on the program's success to date. And finally, success in combating hate violence will necessarily include addressing the same social and public health harms and lack of resources that fuel all violence and prevent our communities from thriving. High quality universal healthcare, mental health care, and guaranteed supportive housing are the essential preconditions for healthy, safe, thriving communities. Continuing to fund a failed hate crimes policing and prosecution strategy to the detriment of these investments is a tragic waste of resources. It's past time for the mayor and the council to take hate violence prevention seriously and invest in a rigorous community-based approach shaped and driven by the needs of the diverse array of communities who are directly impacted by this tragic violence. Thank you, Chairs Hanks and Williams, for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Leo. I would definitely love to also meet with you if you can reach out to
for
our
sure.
council staff. I'd like to drill down on some of the things you were talking about. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for your testimony. Again, next we'll hear from Lakshmi Junmugnathan, followed by Avi Pasnik, followed by Medha Ghosh.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, and thank you to Chair Hanks and Chair Williams for holding this important hearing and providing us the vital opportunity to submit testimony. My name is Lakshmi Junmugnathan, and I am a budget policy coordinator at the Coalition for Asian American Children and Families, CACF. For the past 35 years now, we have been the nation's first and only Pan-Asian children and families advocacy organization that leads the fight for improved and equitable policies, systems, services, and funding to support those most in need. CACF also leads the 18% and Growing campaign, which brings together well over 60 AAPI organizations across all 5 boroughs of New York City. And we come together on an annual basis to fight for an inclusive and equitable budget that will protect the needs of our most vulnerable AAPI community members. Over the past nearly 3 years now, our AAPI community members, especially our seniors and our women, have continued to experience increased incidents of public assaults, harassment, and hate crimes across the city. Last year alone in the US, there were over 9,000 reported incidents of anti-Asian violence. And in New York City, we saw a 361% increase in anti-Asian related hate crimes, which is the highest of all cities in the US. Despite these painful challenges, our AAPI community has been serving on the front lines of New York City for nearly 3 years, risking their own health as doctors, nurses, human service workers, early childhood teachers, grocers, delivery workers, and more to support the health and well-being of our fellow New Yorkers. The abhorrent rise in anti-Asian violence also exacerbates the devastating social, economic, and health impacts that have been brought on our community by COVID-19. This includes a 6,900% increase in unemployment amongst the Asian American community and a 35.7% mortality rate among Chinese American New Yorkers, both of which are the highest rates in New York City. To address the root causes of racism and injustice, resources must be allocated to community-based organizations that have the trust and deep ties within our community to provide human services, healthcare, mental health support, and racial justice, healing, and literacy in a manner that is culturally accessible and language inclusive for our community members. We believe to address the longstanding racial inequities that have underwritten the rise in anti-Asian violence in this city, we need to expand funding to the AAPI Community Support Initiative. We're asking for an expansion of $6 million to fund critical programming, including mental health support, hate crimes intervention work, gender-based violence intervention and prevention work, youth programming, racial literacy training, and other culturally responsive services that are needed to build long-term safety, care, and healing for our AAPI New Yorkers during this critical and painful time within our community. The AAPI Community Support Initiative was actually the first of its kind in New York City. It was passed last year at $4 million, and it was able to fund 47 AAPI organizations who were able to reach our most vulnerable and often underserved community members through the power of culturally responsive and language accessible programming. We truly believe that safety is not merely the absence of violence, but more so the presence of wellness. And we stand in solidarity with our neighbors to confront racism and injustice by addressing their root causes. We must continue to work together in solidarity with other communities of color, with immigrant communities, with the LGBTQ community, and other marginalized communities to firmly state that hate has no place in this city. We look forward to working closely with the City Council to ensure that New York's most vulnerable communities have the services and resources that they need to not only survive, but to thrive in these troubling times. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Avi Pasnik, followed by Medha Ghosh, followed by Bernice Mach. Or Benice, apologies.
Starting time.
Thank you to Chair Hanks and Chair for convening this important hearing. My name is Avi Posnick, and I'm the Northeast Regional Director for STANDS, an international organization that educates and empowers students and communities to combat anti-Semitism and hate. As was mentioned by a number of panelists, we have seen anti-Semitic crimes in New York City at an all-time high. However, hate is also being directed at the leaders of tomorrow, our students. On college campuses, high schools, and even middle schools, Jewish students are bullied and targeted because of their Jewish identity. We have seen swastikas and other derogatory images drawn on bathroom walls, carved into desks, etc. In some cases, the school administrations condemned these actions, called them out for what they were, and brought in the police to investigate. In some cases, however, the administration tried to downplay these incidents until pressure was on them to do so. I can go on incidents that have been happening here in New York and the numbers, but I will suggest some concrete actions. One, to properly defeat anti-Semitism, we must have a clear definition of what modern-day anti-Semitism is. Like we've updated over all variants. For case, there are more that are unreported and others that are not. Because a virus mutates, so do manifestations of anti-Semitism. Number two, we must provide more education to our young people. Every school in New York City should be required to have more, not just education about anti-Semitism, racism, and hate, but what can be done to combat it. Our students must be educated and empowered to tolerate anti-Semitism and hate of any kind. Three, we must reach out to communities that have been by hate, listen to each other, build allyship, and discuss community-based solutions of what we can do together and what is needed locally, as we did just last week in Queens with the Office of Prevention of Crimes and others. One group can fight anti-Semitism, discrimination, and hate alone. Finally, as Holocaust Remembrance Day was observed last week, we should be sure all of our schools are teaching the Holocaust to ensure we learn its lessons. The education should not only address anti-Semitism as it appears 42, but also how it manifests itself in 2022. As the Simon Wiesenthal Center recently declared Holocaust denial as the new variant of anti-Semitism. Thank you to the council members who sponsored resolution number 14, calling on the New York State Legislature to pass and the governor to sign S121A and A472A, authorizing the Commissioner of Education to conduct a study regarding courses of study on the Holocaust within the state. Now this resolution should be unanimously passed by the full council. It's now ready to work with the council, policymakers, and local communities on these recommendations and others so that we can stand together against anti-Semitism, discrimination, and hate. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Avi. Next, we'll hear from Medha Ghosh, followed by Benice Mach, Jennifer Diaz, and Taidi Abreu.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. My name is Medha Ghosh, and I'm the Health Policy Coordinator at CACF, the Coalition for Asian American Children and Families. Thank you very much, Chair Williams and Chair Hanks, for holding this hearing and providing this opportunity to testify. Founded in 1986, CACF is the nation's only pan-Asian children and families advocacy organization and leads the fight for improved and equitable policies, systems, funding, and services to support those in need. CACF believes safety is the presence of wellness and not just the absence of crime. The criminal justice system does not and cannot address the well-being of our community members. The city must stop using the criminal justice system to address social and economic issues. Violence is a public health problem requiring public health solutions. We urge the City Council to invest in community-based solutions. More than ever, we need culturally responsive and linguistically accessible mental health services to ensure the needs of our communities are being met. The rise of anti-Asian hate, coupled with the COVID-19 pandemic, has intensified the mental health issues of the AAPI community and NYC, causing an even higher demand for mental health services. Despite this increased demand, there's still a lack of access to those services because of language barriers and an absence of culturally responsive care. AAPIs have the highest rate of linguistic isolation of any group in NYC. There is a lack of understanding, including data and research of AAPI's lived experiences, needs, strengths, healing practices, and knowledge around mental health. With all these unique challenges, the city must address the diverse mental health needs of the AAPI community. This past April, CACF and Councilmember Linda Lee co-hosted community convening with planning support from the NY Coalition for Asian American Mental Health to discuss the mental health issues impacting our AAPI community and strategize community-centered solutions to address them. Our findings from this convening show that poverty and decreased insurance coverage exacerbate difficulties many in New York City's AAPI communities experience with seeking mental health care. There's also a major need for integrated services and supports, given the interaction between poverty and mental well-being. Further support and funding should be funneled to CBOs, many of which not only have established longitudinal relationships with the communities they serve, but also provide social services, community building opportunities, and other holistic forms of care. Fostering community cohesion and developing more accessible community-based services may encourage individuals who seek out mental health support earlier before involving the police. Our community's recovery and healing must be rooted in the life-affirming services provided by community-based organizations, who are often the safety nets for API New Yorkers. These CBOs have built trust with our diverse communities, a direct line of communication to our constituents, hired and employed thousands from within the community, and have the knowledge and understanding of our communities heal. Community-focused investments must be prioritized in the pursuit of an equitable recovery and brighter future for all New Yorkers. Investing in API-led and serving CBOs is a critical step towards actualizing this goal by addressing the root causes of anti-Asian racial bias and supporting inclusive community healing for all. The city must invest in healing-centered solutions to address the root causes of anti-Asian racism and hate. There is growing recognition that we should implement evidence-based public health approaches to violence and public safety overall. Investing in API and all marginalized communities' quality of life by improving access to culturally and linguistic responsive healthcare, education, affordable housing, and well-paying jobs centers our community's healing and ability to feel safe and cared for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Benice Mach, followed by Jennifer Diaz, Tidy Abreu, and then Robbie Reddy.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, chairs and community members. My name is Benice Mach, and I am the project coordinator at the Chinese American Planning Council. CPC is the largest Asian American social service organization in the US, where we provide vital resources to 125,000 people every year through more than 50 programs, 30 sites, specifically within Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Queens. We also employ over 700 staff that provide comprehensive services that are linguistically accessible, culturally sensitive, and highly effective in reaching low-income and immigrant individuals and families. With the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, AAPI hate crimes have surged more than 339% nationwide last year, with NYC surpassing its 2020 hate crimes rate. CPC's community members have increasingly mentioned their fears of simply going outside and the need for community safety overall. While some of our community members may call for more policing, many of them also know that increased policing does not necessarily equal safer cities or decrease crime rates. If anything, severe mental health symptoms and poverty are unjustly criminalized, specifically in Black communities and other communities of color. New York City must address persistent disparities in access to health and mental health services amongst our most vulnerable communities. CPC urges the City Council to invest in preventative safety measures and address root causes such as housing and education for our communities instead of increased policing and incarceration. Investing in our communities is healthcare justice and will open up the conversation for increased mental health access and decrease the stigma in our communities. Community-based organizations are best situated to offer long-term solutions and more direct community engagement to address and prevent hate violence. The city must expand funding for CBOs working in the community like the NYC Against Hate Coalition, which includes a diverse group of organizations representing communities across the city to coordinate responses to incidents of hate violence and equip New Yorkers with tools to address harassment in public spaces. Specifically, the city must increase funding for the AAPI Community Support Initiative to $6 million to directly support AAPI-led and serving organizations who offer critical programming to our AAPI communities, including direct services, mental health support, youth programs, racial literacy, and other culturally competent services, which works to more comprehensively address the causes and effects of hate violence. Non-policing approaches to hate violence through the Office of the Prevention of Hate Crimes Partners Against the Hate Initiative must also be fully funded to $10 million with a renewal at the same grantee cohort. As our communities face increased hate violence and harassment, it is more critical than ever to ensure that we are providing community members all over the city with the resources and support necessary to be safe and find healing. The city, alongside community partners, must expand the approach to preventing and addressing hate through non-carceral methods and match those new ideas with the political will to support them. CPC appreciates the opportunity to testify on these issues that so greatly impact the communities we serve and look forward to working with you all on them as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Jennifer Diaz, followed by Taidi Abreu, Ravi Reddy, and Wes Rickson.
Starting time.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Diaz, and I'm the Manager of Community Engagement at the New York Immigration Coalition. Now, more than ever, we need a strategic approach that responds to the varied experiences of New Yorkers in order to effectively identify, prevent, and report hate crimes. The NYSE hopes that members of this council will support budget initiatives that will not only target support to specific affected communities, but also show that hate and the violence that manifests because of that hate isn't just the problem of the targeted communities. It isn't just an Asian problem, a Jewish problem, a Muslim problem, a Sikh problem. It's an all of us problem. We urge the council to support the Hate Crimes Prevention Initiative and commit $1 million towards it. As a convener with trusted relationships with immigrant communities and immigrant serving agencies, the NYSE's role in the Hate Crimes Prevention Initiative is needed as a thought partner, community educator, and trainer for service providers. Our Know Your Rights workshops educate the public about protection measures and legal rights for hate crime victims, with specialized resources in the top languages. With New York City Council funding, the NYSE will continue to equip our communities and service providers with the tools to identify, prevent, and report hate crimes. The NYSE also implores this council to provide $6 million to the much-needed API Community Support Initiative. This would support organizations like our member org, Asian American Federation, and their Hope Against Hate campaign. This would provide funding to Asian-led, Asian-serving orgs to fund anti-violence and community-centered, community-demanded programming. The Stop Appy Hate platform collected over 9,000 reports of anti-Asian incidents from March 2020 to June 2021 from all 50 states as well as DC. In New York City, there were more than 2,170 incidents reported by Asian American Federation, Stop Appy Hate, NYPD, and CCHR, only a fraction of which were reported to the NYPD. These bias incidents are significantly underreported, as 70% of Asian New Yorkers are immigrants, and systemic factors like high rates of poverty, limited English proficiency, and lack of immigration status deter reporting and reinforce continued systemic inequities. And lastly, we must address the NYPD's nearly $10 billion budget, an over-bloated budget that is larger than what NYC spends on health, homeless services, youth development, and workforce development combined. We understand the inclination to increase this budget to help combat the current level of hate-based crimes, but we believe that if $10 billion isn't enough, then it doesn't matter how much money you give the NYPD, because ultimately policing isn't the solution. We support a dramatic reduction of funding for the NYPD. Those funds should be reinvested in long ignored and underfunded communities for healthcare, education, and housing initiatives. Once again, thank you for convening this extremely important hearing and allowing me to testify.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Jennifer. Next, we'll hear from Taidi Abreu, followed by Ravi Reddy, Wes Rickson, and Gerard Filidi.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Williams, Chair Hanks, and all other committee members for the opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Taidi Abreu, and I'm the Director of Policy and Social Impact for the Hispanic Federation, a nonprofit organization seeking to empower and advance the Hispanic community, support Hispanic families, and strengthen Latino institutions through direct service programs and legislative advocacy. We're proud and honored to be a part of the Partners Against Hate Path Forward initiative to combat hate crimes. With the city's leadership and support, we give assistance and create safer communities for everyone who calls New York City home. Now more than ever, City Council and the mayoral administration must expand response plans to address the current rise in hate crimes. With the increased violence towards immigrants, and especially the Asian American community, the city must divert additional funds to city initiatives like the Hate Crimes Task Force and the Office for the Prevention of Hate Crimes. Additional investments will enable city agencies to work together to to work closer together to further coordinate effective responses to bias-based crime, provide robust services for victims, and respond to community concerns about hate incidents and discrimination complaints. We also wanted to share preliminary results of the survey Hispanic Federation conducted of Spanish-speaking residents for the New York City Office of the Prevention of Hate Crimes to better understand how to get information to victims of hate crimes and also understand what resources they are aware are available to them. We asked respondents what would be the best way to combat hate crimes and situations of discrimination. 24% said community workshops and know your rights events. 16% having information available at local community centers. 15% said public information campaigns. 15% said more police presence. And finally, 14% said providing information through the media, such as social networks, radio, and television. The results of this survey provide a snapshot of ways to strengthen efforts to address hate crimes, discriminatory behavior, and bias-based profiling across New York City. Intentional marketing efforts would help to more widely disseminate educational information and ensuring this information is linguistically accessible. Widespread marketing will also ease the minds of those that are reluctant to engage with authorities due to their immigration status. There is an urgent need for culturally and linguistically diverse public information campaigns for two reasons. One, to ensure undocumented individuals feel comfortable reporting discrimination or hate crimes they have either experienced or witnessed. And two, to ensure individuals know exactly who to report these incidents to in their communities. This is crucial because according to our survey, 42% of respondents do not know who to go to when reporting a hate crime. Additionally, 15% of respondents were unsure if they would be willing to report a hate crime to the police, and 6% said they would not. With a city as diverse as ours, we need to ensure everyone feels comfortable engaging with the police and other authorities if they have been victims of discrimination or a hate crime. Thank you for listening to our testimony.
Thank you so much for testifying. Next, we'll hear from Ravi Reddy, Wes Rickson, Gerard Filidi, Lori Kim Alexander, and Gobi Romo.
Starting time.
I want to thank Chair Hanks, Chair Williams, and the council members of the committees for holding this hearing. My name is Ravi Reddy, and I'm the Associate Director of Advocacy and Policy at the Asian American Federation, where we represent the collective voice of more than 70 member nonprofits serving 1.5 million Asian New Yorkers. We're also thankful for our partners like the Hispanic Federation and JFREJ. As Jennifer from another one of our partners, NYC, mentioned, thousands of cases have been reported of bias incidents, and yet they still represent significant underreporting because of high rates of poverty, limited English proficiency, and lack of immigration status, deterring reporting and reinforcing continued systemic inequities. A recent survey conducted by AAF of Asian small business owners showed that over 60% of respondents said they were worried about anti-Asian bias and hate crimes for the safety of themselves, their staff, and their establishment. And the recent violent killings of Asian American women and the almost daily physical assaults are deepening the crisis in our community on multiple fronts. We're also here because our most vulnerable, our seniors, are heavily targeted by anti-Asian violence. As we mourn the recent deaths of several Asian seniors, many of our seniors continue to be anxious, fearful, and on high alert. In the spree of 7 anti-Asian attacks mentioned earlier, the first woman attacked was a 57-year-old Chinese American woman. The city needs to invest in community-based safety measures like those being implemented by organizations participating in our Hope Against Hate campaign to provide an immediate response to street violence and support the coordination and rollout of initiatives like a safety ambassador program to escort vulnerable Asian immigrants in public spaces, training volunteers in de-escalation strategies, and creating a safe deterrent presence in our neighborhoods. From the creation of safety pamphlets and e-resources to continued robust community engagement on self-defense and upstander trainings with community members who trust them first, our CBOs are doing the work, and our city needs to support them as they lead by example. The city's approach to public safety must also consider how to help victims heal from traumatic events. We're asking the city to fund recovery services in Asian languages to help victims heal from their attacks, including providing access to victim compensation funds and supporting a network of Asian CBOs that can provide mental health support, legal services, and other supportive services. Furthermore, we must support programs that increase access to mental health services for all communities, since perpetrators themselves may have and often do have mental illness and need services so as not to further harm others and themselves. Our recommendations, real quick. Our ask is simple, that our nonprofits be provided enough resources to implement and expand essential services to support the public safety and mental health needs of our diverse community. That comes from increasing funding to Asian-led, Asian-serving organizations to centralize reporting of incidents in order to connect victims to services they need. And we're also calling on City Council to increase funding for the API Community Support Initiative to the tune of $6 million in order to sustain and expand direct services that are seeing increased demand, as well as fund critical anti-violence programming in our Hope Against Hate campaign. Third, expand funding to include culturally competent, in-language, and senior-focused non-traditional mental health service models. This includes prioritizing CBOs that have a history of providing free or subsidized non-traditional, culturally competent services for funding opportunities. And lastly, support recovery services in Asian languages to help victims heal from the trauma and increase access to mental health services for all communities to reduce harm. We look forward to working together with City Council and members of the committee to restore a sense of safety in our community by prioritizing their needs and the service providers they depend on. Also, a special shout out to Josh for just helping us navigate this.
Thanks, Robbie. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Wes Rickson, Gerard Liddy, followed by Lori Kim Alexander.
Starting time.
Okay, cool. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to Chair Hanks and Chair Williams for putting together this oversight hearing on hate crimes. It's been a little bit overdue. I'm Wes. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm here with support of and in support of AVP, the New York Anti-Violence Project. In my time that I've been working with AVP, I've been kind of an auxiliary member. I'm not an official employee of AVP, but I've attended, witnessed, and co-facilitated multiple think pools, social awareness and action workshops, as well as city council hearings with the intentions of organizing and demanding for safe spaces for survivors of hate violence, be it hate based on race, gender identity, sexual orientation, religion, mental health status, financial status, profession. The list really goes on. It gets pretty deep. For over 40 years, AVP has had a mission to offer direct services as well as advocate for New York's LGBTQ and HIV affected communities. In my time working with AVP, I've worked with people from many different walks of life, and it's very clear that we are the people that we're aiming to help. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I've been able to take facts, resources, and methodologies that I've learned back to members of my own community. And I know that I wouldn't have been able to run into these resources if it wasn't for this nonprofit itself, AVP. This has definitely directly influenced my belief that a more holistic approach to hate crime prevention is what's needed to reach the corners of our communities in New York City. The most recent workshop I was a part of was centered around upstander intervention, awareness, and safety. I did hear way earlier in the beginning of this hearing, some folks talk about bystander workshops that were available weekly. And this is something that's great to hear. This is something that I hadn't heard about before I started working with AVP. One thing that I pulled from that workshop that kind of stuck with me was the idea of being an upstander versus a bystander, meaning equipping people in the civilians with the tools to help prevent things from getting out of hand. So it goes kind of into the underbelly, which is something that I feel got really, addressed pretty hard here. This intensive was meant to affect mobilization, sort of like if you see something and it's safe to do so, go ahead and say something, pull apart an event and find where you can prevent escalation or protect a victim or support a survivor. And these tools in the hands of community members is a level of prevention that does need to be utilized and funded for more. We can be an avenue of a more non-carceral approach. LGBT, finish out a little bit, so cool. Thank you. LGBTQ, Black, Indigenous, and other people of color are targeted for violent hate crimes at an extremely high rate in New York City. LGBTQ people who experience hate violence are most likely of any population to sustain injuries. And 95% of Black, brown, trans women and femmes who were murdered in New York over the past couple years have died by gun violence. The city needs to prioritize funding to support survivors and prevention, not increase funding for law enforcement. In order for survivors to stay safe, we need housing, healthcare, education, food security, and trauma-informed services, not a budget for sweeps on homeless encampment, or not a big plan to replace abusers of sick leave policy in order to make Rikers run better. Since the last hate crimes oversight hearing in November 2018, advocates have successfully pushed the city to fund the New York City Office for the Prevention of Hate Crimes, which was covered in depth here. Hi, guys. The creation and launch of OPHC is a very big step for New York in itself. And this sector of the mayor's office is not only dealing in data collection around hate crimes and violence, but also works with other initiatives to provide education, preventative measures, and restorative survivor support through many different community-based organizations as well as city agencies. However, while we, along with our peers in the NYC Against Hate Coalition, have advocated for both increased resources for hate violence prevention and divesting from the NYPD. To date, the foreseen NYC budget for 2023 is around $99.7 billion, with NYPD seeing a budget increase. The Anti-Violence Project is committed to working with the city and our communities to keep coming up with solutions of prevention and responding to hate violence and crimes that are centered in affected communities. For this commitment, we would like to see more funding where we believe that we could help or use it to help out. Thank you for the opportunity to let me tune in. You can learn more about AVP and its efforts at avp.org, but I do have some colleagues here as well. So be well, everyone, and thank you.
Great, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thanks.
Next, we'll hear from Gerard Felitti, followed by Lori Kim Alexander, Gobi Romo, and Cheryl Fishbein, apologies.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. My name is Gerard Felitti. I'm an attorney and senior counsel at the Lawfare Project, a nonprofit that provides pro bono legal services to protect and uphold the civil and human rights of the Jewish community. I'd like to thank Chair Hanks and Chair Williams for the opportunity to be here today, as well as Councilmember Vernikov. I'd specifically like to thank Chair Hanks for mentioning at the beginning that this is AAPI Heritage Month. And as a city, it's crucially important, and we are stronger together when we recognize and respect our diversity. I'd also like to remind everyone that it's also Jewish American Heritage Month, so please give that a thought as well. In October 2000, shortly after he signed the bill introducing the penalties increased for hate crimes, then Governor George Pataki said that hate crimes are so inherently destructive to society that they deserve special consideration under the law. The Jewish community knows this very well. Looking at the victims between 2019 and 2022, the Jewish community was the group most targeted in bias crimes in New York City based on the number of arrests per NYPD's bias motive descriptors. As Scott Richmond from the ADL testified, just last week, the ADL reported that anti-Semitic attacks in New York increased by 325% over the prior year. It's the highest number of anti-Semitic assaults on record in New York State, and there were more anti-Semitic assaults in Brooklyn than anywhere else in America. Yet, as Councilmember Holden and others have mentioned, only 15% of hate crime arrests have resulted in hate crime convictions. This is particularly troubling, and it highlights a gap between the rhetoric of punishing hate crimes and the harsh reality that appear to few, if any, consequences for the people who commit them. We need better transparency on the status and disposition of cases. We need accountability for why cases are or are not being prosecuted. Once a case goes from arrest into the judicial system, we often lose track of what happened and why, and as a result, we can't help find a better solution to the problems that we face. For the Jewish community, it's specifically troubling. The root cause of anti-Semitic hate crimes is Jew hatred. which is a more accurate term for the systemic anti-Semitism that is propagated and perpetuated on a constant basis, whether by white supremacists or supporters of the BDS movement that target Jewish people with discrimination and on occasion violence. We see it in the streets, in the workplace, on college campuses, in schools. We are deeply concerned with the normalization of Jew hater that occurs when our elected officials fail to speak up or take action, especially when you have violent rhetoric of globalizing the Intifada, which is globalizing violence against Jews, violent rhetoric that results in actual physical violence against the Jewish community. Just as we have multiple investigations into the horrific violence of January 6, 2021, we need to hold accountable the people who instigate violence against the Jewish people, whether online or during protests in which hate-filled rhetoric reverberates in our city streets. Accountability starts with investigations and prosecution, as well as full investigation by our elected officials. In closing, I wish you had been able to hear today from our client, Matt Greenman, who was the victim of a horrific assault less than 2 weeks ago. You need testimony from people like him who are brave enough to come forward and persist in getting their story out there and in assuring that responsible parties are prosecuted and held accountable for hate crime violations. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Lori Kim Alexander, Gobi Romo, Cheryl Fishbein, Panthea Lee, and Manyuk Yu.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Hanks and Chair Williams, for holding this oversight hearing. My name is Lori Kim Alexander. My pronouns are she, her, and we, our. And I'm a community organizer at the New York City Anti-Violence Project. I'm also a survivor of multiple forms of hate violence, including police violence. And you've already heard, AVP is over 40 years old, and we have served the New York City's lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and HIV-affected communities through direct service and advocacy. We are the only organization in New York City that provides free counseling and legal services and does advocacy with LGBTQIA+ survivors of hate violence. We collect data on hate violence based on calls, texts, and online reports made from LGBTQ New Yorkers to our 24/7 hotline. And you know, it's been 3.5 years since the last hate crimes oversight hearing in November of 2018. And we are grateful that the city has made investments in community-based efforts to prevent hate crimes. But members of our communities remain vulnerable to violence. As you heard Wes say, that we are an anchor organization at the as part of the Path Forward initiative that launched funding resources in 2021. However, while we, along with our peers in NYC Against Hate Coalition, have advocated for both increased resources for hate violence prevention and divesting from NYPD, the budget for carceral responses has continued to climb. And again, as you heard, LGBTQ survivors of hate violence and the population most likely to sustain injuries during attack. That said, the number that was read out earlier by the NYPD Hate Crimes Task Force, those numbers are inaccurate. LGBTQ survivors are less likely and often cannot report to the police due to, in large part, to police violence. They're reporting to trusted community organizations like us and are getting services from us. But again, more direct funding and services is needed for survivors directly just to get their basic needs met. Just so you know that in general, trans and gender expansive folks have reported sexual and other assaults from police while in custody and on the streets, are harassed or dismissed when reporting violence. And these numbers more than double when it comes to Black, trans, and gender expansive people. Just yesterday, we saw proof that NYPD do not keep us safe. There were multiple arrests of Black Muslims during Eid. And the NYPD were brutal And that we do know that Black folks are disproportionately experiencing hate violence at the hands of the NYPD. Black Muslim folks, Black trans folks, and others of our intersectional identities need the support. Black and Latinx survivors tell me that they're not going to the police because of this harassment and discrimination and assault. I have also experienced some of this firsthand. Police routinely respond after violence has occurred, and any prophylactic responses where policing is involved are woefully ill-suited to deal with the issues of LGBTQ plus survivors and victims, and very often, again, is more violence due to racism. There will be more information in my written testimony, but I want to say here that AVP, along with the NYC Against Hate, conducted bystander interventions, about 50 locations around the city before the pandemic. That provided training to hundreds of New Yorkers, and AVP is still continuing that upstander training, and we have trained hundreds more now during a pandemic. Our current upstander framework aims to equip folks in the city with the tools that they need to safely assess safety and provide a community-focused response to all forms of hate violence. That training is trauma-informed, it is survivor-centered, and it helps participants to work their ways through thinking about anti-Blackness, homophobia, transphobia, ableism, racism, and sexism, and how that we can effectively show up for each other despite all of that. This is one of the ways we see community safety as a proper and direct response to violence in New York City. And there are also facts. This is also our after the fact response in terms of collecting data and things like that. But our upstander training and providing information about our resources, canvassing in areas of hate violence, that's our before the fact work that we're doing. So this work is vital, and more funding is necessary for these initiatives and that are being done by organizations like ours. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Gobi Romo, Cheryl Fishbein, Panthea Lee, Manyak Yu, and Jeffrey Lax.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chairs Hank and Williams. My name is Gobi Romo, they, she, he pronouns, and I'm a community organizer at the New York City Anti-Violence Project. We work with community members who are among the most marginalized and vulnerable in this city, and who have become more so during the pandemic. This includes LGBTQ and HIV-affected immigrant survivors of violence, Black and Indigenous people of color, trans and gender non-conforming people, and people in the sex trades, all who are facing greater economic and housing insecurity, the devastation of the pandemic, and in some communities, increased threats of hate violence and other forms of violence. During times of crisis, political and economic instability and many forms of violence increase. 2021 was the deadliest year on record for trans and gender non-conforming people, surpassing 2020 numbers, both pandemic years with record rates of hate violence that hit marginalized communities of color harder in every way possible. The city has historically overemphasized policing, the NYPD Hate Crimes Task Force, and prosecutions to address hate violence, which are ineffective strategies at preventing violence and do not heal communities. LGBTQ survivors of hate violence often do not or cannot go to the police, which means in a system where most reporting and resources for survivors is tied to policing and prosecution, there is underreporting and survivors of violence are left without any support or access to important services and resources. This is why community-based approaches to safety are so important. Right now, the work of AVP and community-based organizations in the NYC Against Hate Coalition is more important than ever. AVP's work and hotline provide an important lifeline, an alternative for survivors who cannot or will not go to the police. We support survivors in the midst of crisis and in the aftermath of violence. Our upstander intervention trainings, engagement with small businesses and local electeds, and community canvassing days aim to prevent hate violence by mobilizing communities to root out violence. But community-based organizations like AVP are woefully underfunded to do this work. The mayor should increase funding for the Path Forward program to $10 million, directed to the same anchor organizations so they can build on the program's successes. The City Council should also expand the Hate Crimes Prevention Initiative, which provides resources to community-based organizations to engage in culturally competent hate violence prevention and education, from $1.7 million to $5 million in fiscal year 23. Both of these funding streams support AVP and allied organizations in doing the community work that creates safer communities and supports survivors of violence. We appreciate past support and look forward to working with you to build a new, more equitable future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Cheryl Fishbein, followed by Penthea Lee, Man-Yuk Yu, Jeffrey Lax, and Elise Buxbaum.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. I'm Cheryl Fishbein. I'm president of the Jewish Community Relations Council of New York. Approximately 6:30 p.m. on April 20th, 2022, at the corner of Lexington Avenue and 42nd Street, a Jewish male was assaulted by anti-Israel protesters. Video footage of the assault was posted to social media. In May 2021, there was a spike in anti-Semitic hate crimes concurrent with events in Israel. In 2014, we noted a doubling of possible anti-Semitic hate crimes following the same pattern. Events in Israel spawn attacks against Jews in New York. We are concerned when events abroad spawn hate and violence here in New York. The NYPD Hate Crimes Dashboard shows that anti-Semitic hate crimes increased 279% for the first quarter of 2022 compared to 2021. Hate is up. In general, anti-Asian hate crimes increased in 223%, and Jews and Asians total 105 of the 142 reported hate crimes in New York City. We at the JCRC New York believe that one hate crime is too many. We condemn those who commit them and urge that they be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. We laud the NYPD and the Hate Crimes Task Force for its ongoing serious response to all reported hate crimes. 2 years ago, UJA Federation of New York and JCRC of New York partnered to form the Community Security Initiative. Our talented team works closely with Jewish communities throughout New York City. Two of our most important roles is to ensure that when there is a possible hate crime, it is reported to the NYPD and that any appropriate incident is investigated as a possible hate crime. We note that a large portion of the violent hate crimes against Jews result in arrests. It is frustrating that only a portion of these cases result in convictions. We also commend New York City's Office for the Prevention of Hate Crimes, OPHC, for its Path Forward program. This was mentioned earlier today. JCRC New York is dedicated to meeting the complex threat and challenges of hate and anti-Semitism in our city and its neighborhoods. As one of the 6 anchor agencies in the Path Forward program, JCRC New York has made 17 grants amounting to $300,000 to a broad array of Jewish community-based agencies across the city to develop and implement initiatives designated to meet the complex challenges of anti-Semitism and hate in New York's neighborhoods. Unfortunately, people hate for so many reasons, and we understand that combating hate in our city requires a multi-pronged effort, countering every poisonous species of hate and comprising law enforcement, education, and community organizing. Thwarting hate is hard, but with appropriate resources and goodwill across the spectrum and solid teamwork, we can make substantial progress. Thank you for this opportunity.
Cheryl, thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Penthea Lee, Man-Yuk Yu, Jeffrey Lax, Elise Buxbaum. Yeah, Cynthia, you may go ahead.
Starting time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairs Hanks and Williams and committee council members. It is an honor to be with you today. My name is Panthea Lee, and I am a New York City-based journalist and social justice facilitator that has also previously worked with the city and MOCJ in particular on issues of criminal justice reform. I wrote the current cover story for The Nation. It's called Sex, Death, and Empire: The Roots of Violence Against Asian Women. And it is on the long history, the military, the cultural, and the psychosocial history of anti-Asian violence and the political responses to this, where I interview historians, cultural scholars, forensic psychiatrists, and public defenders, and I wish to offer some broader context. What I want to remind us of today is that despite rhetoric about the recent surge of anti-Asian violence, there is a long history of institutionalized violence against Asian communities by the US state and in this country. The line from America's earliest empire in the Philippines through wars in Japan, Korea, and Vietnam, and now to the surge of anti-Asian violence here across the country and in New York City is straight, clear, and written in blood. But by and large, we are taking a historical approach, which means we are misdiagnosing the problems and often applying the wrong solutions. Despite this long history, officials have treated oftentimes these attacks as isolated incidents. When asked for comment about Christina Yuna Lee's tragic murder, Mayor Adams replied that the city must do more to address mental illness. The message: these attacks are strange coincidences, the attacks of mentally ill people, so let's just lock them up, put them away. But mental illness is a red herring. Treating perpetrators as aberrations, as bizarre deviants from the norm, misses the point. Mental illness operates within specific cultural contexts, and our government has a lot of responsibility. Marshall Simon, the man who pushed Alyssa Go to her death, had been in and out of hospitals for years. The New York Times found that in 2017, a psychiatrist at a state mental institution noted that Mr. Simon had said it was just a matter of time before he would push a woman onto train tracks. Despite this, he was still discharged. So who is to blame, the mentally ill or the systems that should be taking care of them? Asian communities, we do not want our trauma exploited and politicized, used to advance carceral solutions. There's fear-mongering that some law enforcement officials and politicians are doing because it helps police agencies get more money. We need to address, we need to not just address the crimes, we need to address the systemic inequality that is producing crime. For justice is more than just prosecution and police and prisons. Justice is transforming our systems and our conditions so that we can stop violence altogether. And this is what I respectfully ask of the Committee on Civil and Human Rights and the Committee on Public Safety. The abolitionist organizer, Mariama Kaba, asks us to think, when you say, what would we do without prisons? What you are really saying is, what would we do without civil death, exploitation, and state-sanctioned violence? Asian communities are hurting right now, but we don't want our trauma to be exploited and politicized to drive further divisions between us and other marginalized communities. Justice is more resources for AAPI history and cultural education. It is more serious consideration and investment in restorative justice approaches to crime, and it is more resources for affordable housing, healthcare, mental health support, and social services. We keep us safe. Justice is creating resources for collective care. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Manyak Yu, followed by Jeffrey Lax.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. My name is Manyak Yu, co-founder at the Academy of Medical and Public Health Services, or AMPS. Thank you, Chair Hanks and Chair Williams, for the opportunity to testify. AMPS is a not-for-profit public health organization in Sunset Park, a primarily Chinese and Latino community that works to bridge a health equity gap among communities of color through individualized health education, social services, and preventative health services to the immigrant populations of New York City, free of cost and regardless of immigration status, serving over 15,000 community members annually. Over the past 2 years, much of our work has included addressing rising anti-Asian hate crimes against our community. Our Asian communities are feeling the stress of racism and harassment every day when they ride the subway going to work. There is a 339% spike in anti-Asian hate crimes nationwide since last year, with many more cases going unreported. Sunset Park is a neighborhood with the highest reported rates of hate crimes among Chinatowns across New York City. And just 3 weeks ago, our community was a victim to the April 12th subway shootings. While we are uncertain whether this incident was racially motivated, what we do know is that nearly all of the victims were working class immigrants. We have organized healing circles and a victim support fund, yet the community is still reeling from the direct and vicarious trauma from this tragedy and hate crimes that continue day after day. Our community lives in fear that when they or their loved ones go to school or visit a doctor, they may not return. Seniors are afraid to leave their homes. Instead, they live in solitude, sometimes even missing critical healthcare appointments. And there's an unspoken fear that they would be next. We would like to thank the City Council for its historical support of our funding through the AAPI Community Support Initiative and the Path Forward Initiative for our partner organization, Asian American Federation. We urge the City Council to continue and enhance funding for these initiatives, continue supporting this work, in addition to supporting more organizations through the Hate Crime Prevention Initiative. The initiative has allowed us to support our community safety programs where we offer free short to middle term, bilingual mental health counseling, support groups, social services, and self-defense classes and upstairs and bystander intervention workshops for our most vulnerable community members, including women and seniors. There is currently a 3-month waiting list for mental health services as community members continue to experience loss, isolation, and increasing anxieties. As a partner of AAF's Hope Against Hate campaign, we are providing community businesses with safe zones training so businesses can serve as safe spaces to help targeted individuals with immediate resources and reporting. We're also providing safety accompaniment services where volunteers are trained in bystander intervention and accompany vulnerable residents to everyday activities. And finally, we're offering solidarity building to help our communities build mutual understanding and stand up for one another. Our community can only heal when our city can support us in doing so. AAPIs are now 18% of the city and growing, and we can no longer be invisibilized. We appreciate your support to continue this critical work because we know that this public safety crisis will not end until we can come together as a community to proactively prevent and address the violence that we're experiencing.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, I see Councilmember Caban has her hand raised. Councilmember Caban, do you have a question for one of the panelists?
Yeah, thank you. Just a very, very brief comment. I know lots of folks have been just giving such powerful testimony, but I did want to highlight the testimony given by Panthea Lee and just encourage folks that are also here when we talk about getting to the roots of violence and really identifying the causes. I don't know, maybe it's a little bit inappropriate, but it would just implore folks, in addition to exploring all of the testimony that's been given, but checking out the Nation piece that they wrote called Sex, Death, and Empire, the Roots of Violence Against Asian Women. I know I learned a lot and would add a lot to this conversation as well. And I just want to thank all of the advocates that continue to tell their personal stories and share with us all on this really important issue and topic. So thanks.
Can you send it to our offices? The testimony, the report, thank you. Yeah, the report, thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Next, we will be hearing from, bear with me for a second. Next, we'll be hearing from Jeffrey Lax, followed by Elise Boxbow.
Starting time. You're just still on mute, Mr. Lax?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My apologies. Honorable council members, Chair Hanks, Chair Williams, it is a privilege to be able to testify before you, and I deeply appreciate the opportunity to tell my very personal discrimination story. As a college professor, I really appreciated the incredible civility and collegiality demonstrated by all of you in today's discussion. I've been here all morning and all afternoon. I wish more leaders and politicians would follow your lead. Councilwoman Vernikoff, I know your fight against anti-Semitism goes back a long way with the Lawfare Project and so many other things. Thank you so much for your dedication to this important scourge. My name is Jeffrey Lax. I'm a professor at CUNY and I've chaired the Department of Business at Kingsborough Community College for the past 12 years. I'm a CUNY lifer. I love New York City. I was born in Brooklyn. I was raised in Staten Island, Shaolin, and I do love CUNY. I myself went to CUNY for both college and for grad school. So it is with unbelievable, genuine sadness coming from the depth of my heart that I tell you that CUNY campuses have become cesspools of anti-Semitism. Pains me. Just this past Friday night, right before the Jewish Sabbath, leaders from the PSE CUNY Faculty Union held a rally demanding hashtag Zionism out of CUNY. Zionism out of CUNY was the rally. What is Zionism? Well, for me, like for many Jews, Zionism, like Mecca for Muslims, is a religious belief that is inexorably connected to the Jewish people and the land of Israel. There are 613 commandments in the Bible. 204 of them, a third, require the land of Israel to be completed. You can't do them without the land of Israel. The connection between the Jewish people and the land of Israel comes from the Bible, for me and for many believers like me. To watch our own union representatives quite literally marching to get their own Zionist Jewish members ejected from the university was horrifying. This just 1 year after around 300 Jewish faculty members, 300, resigned from the union for issuing a deeply anti-Semitic resolution that abhorrently condemned the loss only of Palestinian civilian lives. They are victims, but so are Jewish civilians. They didn't even mention the Jewish civilian lives that were lost, as if somehow Jewish lives matter less. This Jew-hating climate has been enabled by CUNY, and it hit me up close and personally on my own campus. In April 2019, I was in the faculty dining room when 5 professors surrounded me and began screaming at me incoherently. Twice I tried to leave, but they physically stopped me. One professor put his hand above my head and said, we're not done. We're just getting started. We're not done. We're just getting started. That's a quote. I didn't even know these professors, but they somehow knew everything about me, that I was Jewish, observant, Zionist. One of them admitted that they learned about me because they were Googling me before we ever even met. I learned they were also Googling other Orthodox and Zionist Jews on my campus, whom they also never met. Scary. The professors were part of a radical union-endorsed group called the PFC. They created rules banning, I just need 41 seconds, about banning Orthodox and Zionist Jews. They had rules banning Orthodox and Zionist Jews from their group, and they arranged meetings on Friday night so that me and other observant Jews could not attend. Their leader, Anthony Alessandrini, used campus space to raise money for an NGO connected to the PFLP, a US-recognized terror group. The New York Daily News did a report on that. He leads the CUNY-wide BDS, Boycott, Divestment, and Sanctions campaign. He's written articles defending terror against Jews. And he refers to Ashkenazi Jews like me as white supremacists. As a grandchild of 4 Holocaust survivors and 8 grandparents who were tortured and gassed to death by the Nazis, I cannot describe to you how appalling it is to be called a white supremacist. In May 2019, I filed a complaint with the EEOC. The investigation completely vindicated all of my claims, every single one, finding that Jewish professors were discriminated against, subjected to a hostile work environment on my campus, and that observant and Zionist Jews were banned from the PSC, just like I said, and that meetings were held purposefully on Friday nights, which they admitted to doing in the investigation in order to exclude observant Jews. But things have only gotten worse for me. Our president and the chancellor have ignored all of my pleas and refused to act on the findings. The New York State executive order that bans BDS and this type of treatment based on Zionism has not been enforced by the governor. I know this is a city council hearing. It is this callous indifference to anti-Semitism that foments Jewish hate, and I am asking you for help. Thank you so much for this time. It means everything to me.
Thank you, Mr. Lax, for your patience. I know Minority Whip Vernikov was fighting really hard for you to be bumped up, but then you had hopped off. So I just want to thank you for being on this hearing for so long and for your patience and for sharing your story. I just wanted to highlight that because I know you have been patiently waiting and wanted to just thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, and I also want to echo the sentiments of Chair Williams. Thank you so much for sharing that painful testimony, and we will definitely be speaking offline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Next, we will be hearing from Elise Buxbaum, followed by Mega Jane Nursim Hermethi. Apologies for the mispronunciation there. Elise, go ahead.
Starting time.
Well, thank you, Chair Hanks and Chair Williams and members of the committee for hosting today's hearing on the citywide response to hate crimes and discrimination. My name is Elise Buxbaum, and I'm honored to testify today as Executive Vice President of the Museum of Jewish Heritage, a living memorial to the Holocaust. The museum is committed to the crucial mission of educating diverse visitors about Jewish life before, during, and after the Holocaust, and the lessons about what hate can do. We are dedicated to remembrance and education. And I don't need to tell you that hate crimes are on the rise in our city. NYPD data shows a 100% increase in hate crimes over the last year and already a 21% increase year to date. And anti-Semitic hate crimes throughout the city are occurring at a 325% increase over the year prior. Unfortunately, the museum is no stranger to this. Not only do we educate on the lessons of the largest hate crime in history, but we too have been victimized. On January 7th of 2021, the museum found a Confederate flag tied to our front door. The crime was reported and the act has since been attributed to the Proud Boys. This event only reiterated how important our mission is and that educating current and future generations is essential. In a growing climate of Holocaust denial and misinformation, education is our first line of defense. Since we first opened our doors in 1997, the museum has educated more than 2 million visitors, including tens of thousands of school children each year, about the history and lessons of the Holocaust through our exhibitions, education programs for both teachers and students, and public programming. Our Holocaust curriculum is a free educational resource developed with the support of the New York City Department of Education. And with generous support from the city and countless donors, an average of 60,000 students annually receive free exhibition tours and the critical and unparalleled opportunity to learn firsthand from a Holocaust survivor. In June, the museum will unveil a new exhibition, The Holocaust, What Hate Can Do, a monumental presentation of Holocaust history, revealing what happens when hate and bigotry go unchecked. Through survivor testimonies, treasured belongings, and objects from the museum's collection, the exhibition reveals the diversity and vibrancy of Jewish life that so many sought to destroy. In the exhibition, stories of Jewish agency offer a narrative of resistance and hope in the face of widespread anti-Semitism. The diversity of New York City is what makes us so great, and yet hate and angry polarization have become commonplace. Now, when our synagogues and cemeteries are being desecrated, now, when individuals are being attacked on the streets and in our subways, it is more important than ever that we teach our children what it truly means to be part of a community, to respect our neighbors, and to instill in them the duties of citizenship. Museum of Jewish Heritage is proud to be an educational resource in the city's work to combat hatred and bigotry in all forms. Thank you again to the committees for your continued support of public safety and the prevention of hate crimes in our city.
Great, thank you so much for your testimony, Elise. Next, we'll hear from Mega Jane Nursim Hermethi, followed by Israel Bitton.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, my name is Mega Jane Narasimhamurthy, and I'm the president-elect for the South Asian Bar Association of New York. Thank you, Chair Williams, Jay Shri Ganapathy, and to all the members for organizing this today. I'm shocked, saddened, and feel helpless hearing the stories of increased hate crimes and discrimination going on in our country right now. The South Asian Bar Association of New York was founded in 1996. We're a group made up of attorneys from all communities, South Asian heritage, which includes Bangladeshi, Bhutanese, Indians, Indo-Africans, Afghans, Indo-Caribbeans, Maldivians, Nepalis, Pakistanis, Sri Lankans, and Sikhs, practicing all in the New York metropolitan area, in all areas of the law, including individuals fighting for civil rights and discrimination. Sabani members have been directly affected by hate crimes, and we are committed to shedding light on this important topic, that there is no reason that violence and hate crimes should be committed against individuals because of their race, ethnicity, or national origin. In response to this recent uptick, Sabani has made a commitment to shed light on this issue and do whatever we can to help our community. We're committed to hosting events on the topics of social justice and fighting against these injustices in our pro bono clinic, which has been running throughout COVID and has helped many individuals and community organizations that need legal counsel. Since 9/11, there's been an increase in anti-Muslim harassment, hate crimes targeting Muslims, Arabs, Sikhs, and South Asians. Today, this is still continuing. Hate crimes against Asian New Yorkers in 2021, as Chair Williams mentioned, is up 361% from the previous year. It's a disturbing statistic that requires us to act immediately. Hate isn't something that we can prosecute our way out of because it's cultural. It begins with changing the narrative that just because someone is different doesn't mean that they are bad. We are all responsible to fight it by creating increasing dialogue and cultural understanding. We hope there's a brighter future for all of us and we stand together. Sabani is committed to being at the forefront of this and promises to do whatever we can to stop hate crimes and create organizations to join us as we promote unity during this difficult time. Sabani is asking local law enforcement, government agencies to help identify, investigate, report, and prosecute those responsible for these acts. We must fight for equal protection, and thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony on this important topic.
Great, thank you so much for your testimony. Finally, we'll be inviting Israel Bitton to testify. Before Israel goes ahead, if any other members of the public are on and have not been called, please use the Zoom raise hand function. Israel, you may go ahead.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. My name is Israel Bitton, and I'm the Executive Director of Americans Against Anti-Semitism. I want to thank everyone on the committee for the opportunity to deliver this brief statement before you today. Our organization has been studying the phenomenon of hate crimes in New York City for several years, with an emphasis on NYPD and criminal court data. By now, most people have heard or seen the annual headlines about Jews being the most targeted group, accounting for an average of 60% of hate crime victims. However, rather than sounding the alarms in the halls of government, condemnations of hate, the lowest hanging fruit, are readily offered, but little else is being done that's proven effective. How do I know? Because anti-Jewish hate crimes have only been increasing. Consider this. So far this year, the NYPD has reported that out of a total of 142 hate crime incidents, 67 targeted Jews, the vast majority of which were felonies and misdemeanor assaults. At this rate, we are on par to surpass 2019's incident total of 242 by 26 incidents, and 2019 was a record-breaking year for anti-Jewish hate crimes in New York City. When the 2019 data was released, it had been widely noted, again, how Jews represented some 60% of hate crime victims, and elected officials rushed to condemn the hate, but few have bothered to examine the phenomenon even one layer beneath the surface. If they had, they would surely have noticed and brought attention to the disturbing fact that in the peak year of 2019, anti-Jewish hate crime incidents were reported in nearly 80% of NYPD precincts. 80%, 77 to be exact. The next two most targeted groups were victimized in under 35% of precincts. That means that not only are Jews simply the most targeted group by volume and obviously per capita, and they are attacked, but they are attacked in the most areas and almost in a majority of police jurisdictions. Jews who constitute less than 13% of New York City's population are attacked where they live, where they work, where they study, where they shop, and even where they don't. Such a data point is far more revealing and telling than the one most often reported about Jews representing 60% of hate crime victims. Likewise, the data also discloses two other vital points that cannot be ignored by anyone serious about stymieing the tidal waves of violent hatred. First, the majority of perpetrators of anti-Jewish hate crimes were other minorities. Second, the majority of violent offenders were under the age of 25 with a significant proportion in their teens. There's no time now to elaborate, but I will say this, leaving aside the complex issues of criminal justice, the only way any kind of hate can ever be extinguished in young, impressionable minds is through education. And I'm glad I heard a lot spoken to that today. What is being and still can be done in that regard is, in my view, ground zero. and we need to work from there. Our organization will be releasing a detailed report to the public by the end of this month on the matter of hate crimes in New York City, which I'll
Time
be
expired.
in advance with members of the committee. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much for your testimony, Israel. Seeing no other members of the public who are signed up to testify, we will now pass it off to Chair Williams and Chair Hanks to give closing statements and close out the hearing.
You want me to go first? Thank you so much to all of my colleagues that have joined today for your patience. Of course, this has been a very interesting day as a result of the unprecedented leak of the draft opinion. So things were a little bit crazy. So I just want to underscore my gratitude for the flexibility that was demonstrated by both my colleagues, the administration, and all the wonderful advocates and victims who testified today against hate crimes and bias-based incidents. And of course, committee counsel, Josh, for all your hard work, and my committee council members, and shout outs to Hassan, who I see has stayed the entire time. So kudos to the administration for that. And I look forward to continuing to find ways to better address the issues that were raised today. Hate crimes are so important in terms of the conversation and continuing to have the conversation. I think a crime happens and we sort of disappear, but we need to continue the conversation consistently, and I look forward to doing that. And I will turn it over to Chairwoman Hanks to close this out.
I also want to echo the sentiments of my colleague and Chair Williams. Definitely thank the administration. I thank Josh for putting together, and facilitating this conversation, and the powerful testimonies by everyone. I learned a lot, and this is just the beginning of the conversation. And I feel that this body of council folks who came on and testified, and this is going to be an issue of utmost importance, and, education, as Israel had pointed out at the last person to testify, is truly important. And so I want to thank everyone. We knew when I became the chair of public safety that hate crimes was going to be the first piece that we would really want to address, and I'm glad that we did, and I'm glad that I had my colleague Chair Natasha Williams, who gave also just an incredible opening statement. So thank you all so much, and this will not be the last. We are going to be touching base with many of you. I'd like to thank my colleagues like Councilmember Caban, who's sending me all these great articles, and these are the things that it's just getting started. So I appreciate that, and thank you, and have a great rest of your day.